Hey everyone, it's Jeannie from A1 Vacuum and Sewing, and I'm getting ready to stitch out some of the blocks from Hello Sunshine. I love this because there is some traditional piecing, and they have barely any of that anymore. So every once in a while, I do like to just piece together some blocks. So I'm just going to go in order, and I'm going to film everything. I'm going to use Deco Bob. Deco Bob's my favorite. I actually like the light gray. That is my favorite color to piece with, but I couldn't find any here, which makes me think I brought it to the store. Deco Bob is 60 weight, 80 weight. This is 40 weight. 40 weight. Here's my, what can I put this on? I was showing this before, but here is 40 weight. And here is 80 weight. And it's half as thin. So, but it has the strength of a 40 weight. 80 weight with the strength of a 40 weight. And when you use it, you get flatter seams. It's less bulky. I'm a true believer. And so this is 2,000 meters. Most of these cones are 1,000 meters. So you also get double the amount on a cone. Give it a try. I love it. And I'm just using a regular Quilting bobbin in my Quilting thread in my bobbin, a pre-wound bobbin. I'm going to be stitching with this. This is for my dual feed, and it's the 1/4 inch flange. And let's go ahead and get started. And let's go to the machine. All right, so we are going to start out. Oh my God, I have to find it with these blocks right here. So it's called the 4-patch. You're just going to sew them together just like that. We're going to chain piece. We are going to sew. I think it doesn't make a difference as long as you pair them up, right? Because we can flip them and flip them and flip them. So let's take these over to the machine. I have my iron heating up, my clapper right here, and then some best press. That's what I like to have. And as far as piecing needles, sometimes I just leave my 7511 in there if you want me to be totally honest. Other times, my favorite needle piece to piece with is an 8012 Microtex. Microtex needles are extra sharp, and so better penetration, and that also means straighter stitches. As far as setup goes, where did I put my 1/4 inch sole? Oh, I gotta find that. I'm gonna unplug my dual feed foot. Oh, here it is. Here's my 1/4 inch. I'm gonna go into sewing. I like to piece at a 1.8. That's my stitch length. I like it really tight because we're chain piecing. And so when you cut your pieces apart, they're less likely to unravel on the edges. And let's hit our threading button and let's go for it. Whoops. We need foot up, pop off the sole. This is how easy they are to put on and off. Once you put this on, though, there is no slot to pull your thread back through. So just lay it on top. I am not going to pin, but if you want to pin, I would recommend my favorite pins are my magic pins, and I like the extra fine patchwork. Maybe I'll show those to you because number one, they're really fine so they don't push the fabric. They go through really easily, not like a quilting pin. I better just grab them. Let's grab them if I can reach them. Oh. Okay. If I am going to pin, and on occasion I do pin, this is great because it's a little clover pin holder. And these are my patchwork ones right here. And if you look at them, they're super thin. Whereas these are going to be thicker. Here, let me show you the difference. Because this is a good lesson on pins because I didn't know it made a difference. Do you see how much thinner these are up here? And that means it's going to go through your fabric easier. And I sometimes will sew over these. When I use my other pins, the quilting pins that are a little fatter, I don't sew over them because what I don't like, and see how easy this goes through and it doesn't push anything? I don't like hitting my pins. These, because they're so thin, there's less of a chance your needle is going to hit. Just like that. Isn't that beautiful? I'm also going to make sure I have my auto lift on, that button right there. That way, when I take my foot off the foot control, the foot will lift. And then I can put my next piece under. And I like to, see, this is why I don't like to pin though, because it kind of pulls the fabric a little bit. That's okay. I'm going to pull that out. But if you're having trouble keeping your fabric together, I'm going to hold it here and just let it do a couple stitches, and then let's let it go. And take that out. There we go. That's a little bit off my fabric. So I can just cut these apart, right side to right side. And we're just going to do all of these. We should do all of our like piecing, right? Let's get all of them together. And if you're doing a center straight stitch, I'm doing stitch 103 on my luminaire. Center straight stitch will, from your needle to your flange, is about 1/4 of an inch. But you can measure. Some people like to make it a little bit more snug. Take your time. Debbie was worried I was going to go too fast for the piecing. Look how slow I'm going, Debbie. I mean, Cindy. Super slow. I'm okay with that. I'm not like racing. And don't just look here. Look on your other edges too. I am not a fast piecer. I'd rather it be precise than be speedy. Speedy. I'm not fast at all. And a lot of times it'll give you instructions on how to press your pieces. Sometimes you're going to press to the dark side. Sometimes you're going to press open. We'll see what they say in the instructions. We have to piece these because then we're going to quilt them. Oh my goodness, my dogs are such menaces. They're the neighborhood menaces. I need a physical flange. I know some people like to just use the edge of their foot, but for me, I don't know, it just makes a difference having that physical flange. All right. I set this up over here on my table. I took the top off of my other one and set it on the drawer. I know, right? As long as you don't push down too hard. Here we go. I know the lighting's not totally great over here, so I'm sorry. Sorry. Oh, but you know what? We can change that. Because look, bring my luminous over. How's that? Better? Better? Yes, better. Okay. So here's my chain piecer cutter. I'm just going to pull down. Right sides together. So 2 blocks. Press seams to the left. It wants you to press seams to the left. Okay. So you know what I'm going to do is I'm just going to press to the dark side since it does want me to go in one direction. So when you press to the dark side, what I like to do is settle the seam. And then we're going to, you lay it down on the light side to press to the dark. And if you want, you can give it a little shot of spray. I'm all about that. Settle it. Lay it down on the light side, which will press to the dark. And I like to give little finger press. Clapper it. Settle your seam. Leave it on the light side and press to the dark, which means the seam's going to the dark side, this side. I consider that my dark side. So I have the dark on the top and just getting it a little warm. That just relaxes that thread a little bit. Or so I've been told. Okay, if you're like the most expert piecer and I'm like horrifying you, I'm so sorry. I'm kind of self-taught. This is how it makes sense to me. It's my best press and I'll keep it nice and crisp. And then I have my clapper. That's going to just make sure everything lays nice and flat. I just, it said to the left side and I'm like, okay, is that that's just switching it back and forth. Last one. Okay. Next thing we want to do. Now it wants you to sew row 1 to row 2. I'm going to use pins for this. Here we go. Magic pins. You're my favorite. Ooh. And these are patchwork. So these are quilting. I forget what these are, but they're thick. You can just tell. These are the patchwork. Fine. And I love them. We're going to go ahead and we're going to sew these two together. So I like to, you can kind of like, I don't want to say it catches, but it will almost, we're going to take a peek under here and just make sure that seam is right on top of the other seam, which it is. Oh my goodness, you look gorgeous. And just fold it back and just make sure it matches. And let's throw a pin on either side so it doesn't move. So this is a time when I will pin. Uh-oh, that looks far away to me. That looks far. Let me put this down so I can see better. Okay, that looks good. If you've ever struggled to get your pin through, it's because it's too thick. It's too fat of a pin. But sometimes you need a quilting pin because they're a little bit thicker. You know what I mean? Since we press the dark side, when we match these up, you're going to have one seam going one way and one seam going to the other. Whoop! I want the big fatty. Not the little. Take another peek. Looks good. Good. Looking good. Oops. What happened to that? And last set. Black one way, black the other. Peel it back. Looks good. Pin it. What I like about this little pin cushion, it has a little groove here. So you can put your fingers in there to pick up your pins. All right, we should be ready. Ready, Freddie. Let's take these back over to the machine. We're going to chain piece those together. There's my somebody said when I wasn't filming that much, they were like, I missed your squeaky arm. My squeaky filming arm. I was like, oh, that's so sweet. We grab this. Pull my pins and toss them there as we go. Okay, I like to start with my needle down and then abut my fabric to that needle. Just hanging over a little bit. And if you want to sew over them, you can. You just want to go nice and slow. But like I said, there's a little bit of distort. So for me, let the foot do the work for you. Next piece under. Why don't I move my pin cushion to the other side so I'm not reaching across, huh? Plus I'm pulling it out with my left hand anyways. All right, let's cut them apart and press them. See how well we did. Whoop. Here we go. And this says press seams to the right. Well, I don't know which way is right, so I'm just going to press it like this, just up. And I'm going to press it so that they look like this with polka dots in the upper right-hand corner. Or, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to press it open so when I go to quilt it, I don't have a bulky part. And since we're not stitching in the ditch, I think that's totally fine. This is me just doing my own thing. You don't want to press the seam open when you are stitching in the ditch because the needle can cut those threads. But for us, it's totally fine. Good. Looks good. Oh my goodness, they look so good. Just take your time. Enjoy the process. If it's way off, undo it. It's not a big deal. You don't want it to be, if you're a little off, who cares? It's what you can tolerate. These look so good. But honestly, I just enjoy this. It's kind of like a little puzzle and putting it all together. I give it a little finger press, a little best press, and then press it down and a little clapper. And that lays nice and flat and it looks gorgeous. Okay, guess what? 4-patch, done. Let's do pinwheels. Pinwheels. Oh, my pinwheels. Here we go. Pinwheels, we need, is it this fabric? Yes. This is what we're doing. Or is it? Wait a minute. That's not right. It's this. Here we go. These are pinwheels, and then we're going to do windmills. Windmills. Okay, so what we're going to do is draw a diagonal line from corner to corner on the wrong side of the top fabric. That would be this wrong side. We are going to mark this, and I'm going to show you how to do perfect piecing with your Luminaire and Solaris using the guideline markers. So let me go ahead and grab a marking tool first. What do we have here? I have so many different marking tools. Hang on a sec. So I love friction pens. I love them. I love them. I love them. So let's see if I have like 10 million of them. And honestly, I'm not sure which ones are working. So I'm just going to grab this for right now. And let's just grab this. It's a little overkill. Wrong side. Corner to corner. Are you working, friction pen? No. This one might be dead. Might be done. Finito. I need a smaller ruler, right? This is like overkill. Let's see if that one worked. Kinda. Hang on. Let me find one that works. I found this in my stash, and it looks like it is like a mechanical pencil. It's definitely for sewing. Let's try this. Okay, there we go. Got a nice line. So we're going to mark down the center of, whoop, piece of fabric fall down. Got it. Okay. Here we go. These are not being marked. There's only 4 of them. Okay, next step. We just marked those. Now we're going to measure a 1/4 inch apart. You don't need to do that though, so we're not going to do that. Place blocks right sides together. Sew right sides together. So a 1/4 inch seam on both sides of the pencil line for 4 sets. So we are going to now match these up with these. Right sides together. Let's go to the machine. I'm going to show you how to do half square triangles using your guideline markers. If you don't have guideline markers on your machine, guess what? You have to draw all those marks. But we have them, so we don't have to do that. I love you, Luminaire. And this is the same as on the Solaris. I love you, Solaris, too. Okay, so we are going to go in here to guideline markers. I like red, so I'm going to set it up for red. I have these set to 0. Sub is where all the fun stuff happens, so let's go into our sub lines. And I'm going to mark it red too. This is where you do seam allowance. So I'm going to choose that one. I'm at 1/2 inch. I want, and here we go. Let's look at the bed of my machine. I'm going to put these together, right side to right side, and put it up here. There you can see my red lines. I know it strobes. It doesn't strobe in real life, but filming it strobes. I'm going to take this off too. And let's use the regular sole, or I like the open toe, either one. Okay, I am going to hit the minus button right here. And as I'm hitting the minus button, you're going to see the distance between those get smaller. And I'm going to go to 6.35. 6.35 millimeters is a 1/4 inch. That's a 1/4 inch. So it's 1/4 inch from here to here. So next thing that we do, match these up. Make sure your edges are all matched up too. You're going to put, oh, maybe green will make more sense. There. Because you can see that maybe a little better on the pink. I'm going to start with my needle down. I'm going to abut this on to my needle. My eye is going to stare over here on the green line that's on the pink one that I've drawn. And I'm going to go nice and slow. And I'm just going to make sure that this green line stays on the pink. The pink one is the one I've drawn. The green one is the one that I've projected down. Nice and slow. Take your time. Here we go. And sew a little bit off. Get your next 2. We're going to sew down one side and then we'll flip. We're doing right side to right side. I'm going to check all my edges to make sure they all look good. They all look good. My auto lift lifted my foot a little bit. My eye is staying on the right side, making sure the green line is on top of the line that I drew. So now instead of having to draw 3 lines, you draw 1 line, turn on your guideline markers. This is on the Solaris and the Luminaire. And you can also use your guideline marker if you're on like the any of the other machines that have the guideline marker, the Altair, I think the Stellar. You're going to move your guideline marker over to a 1/4 inch right on the bed of your machine. You're going to see that. And then you're going to sew right down the middle. Your eye's going to stay over here, making sure that guideline marker stays on the 1/4 inch. Here we go. Let's match up the next set. Isn't that cool? If you haven't used your guideline markers, use them. Why mark everything when you don't have to? Take your time. I'm just watching the green, making sure it stays on the pink line that I drew. So a little bit off. Right side to right side. And last one. And make sure you have that auto lift on. So the foot lifts up. Try not to go out of control. Okay, I'm going to cut these apart and then I'm going to flip them. And we can just do it from right here. Here we go. Dun, dun, dun. And that's why it's so important to chain piece closer together. Because when you chain piece closer together, you can cut it apart. It's not going to unravel on the ends, or in theory, it shouldn't. Okay, flip it. This is my sewn edge. There is my, I got to go get the dog. Whoop. Hang on. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut, but I do mean to pause. Okay, there we go. I had to, so sewn line to the right, guideline marker on your drawn line, and so I gotta make sure I'm not pushing on the wrong foot control. I don't know if you've ever done that. I had somebody call us, they're like, every time I push on my foot control, it cuts. I was like, do you have your dual feed foot control set up? And they're like, yeah. I go, you're stepping on the wrong one. So they were stepping on the little one. They had set it up to cut. Last one. And okay, and if it's not completely perfect, you're okay. All right, we're gonna cut these apart. Here's my, and the other one I'd cut manually because Poppy was making so much noise. All right, now what we're gonna do, so we've sewn those together. We are going to cut them down the center. Use a rotary cutter and a ruler. Cut them down the center. Where's my little itty bitty? Okay, this is a little bit smaller. Let's use this. Is this going to be long enough? No! Hang on. It's a good time for this one. Right down the center. Oh, and I've seen the ones where they sew all around the edges, right? That's kind of cool. And then they cut them apart. Do you know what I'm talking about? But I've never tried it. You know how you're used to doing something a certain way? All right. Get this out of the way. We're going to do a little bit of pressing. So, press seams open, clip dog ears. And it looks like they're pressing the seam towards the teal. They're calling the teal the dark side, huh? So we're going to press like this. Yes. All right. Little heat to settle it. And we're going to press towards the teal. Oh, it looks so cute together. And give it a little press. Press. Put your light side down. And press towards the other one. They want you to clip all these dog ears. I think I have a tool for that. Where is it? Oh my God, the windmills. Oh my God, those are cute. It's been a long time since I've made a windmill. Settle your seam. Put your light side down, your dark side on top. Give it a little finger press. And like I said, if you're like a piecing expert and you're watching me and you're like, oh, I don't like that. I'm sorry. Do it how you like it. However it is that you like to do it. Okay. 2 more. I just love them. Settle the seam. Okay, now that I have them all pressed, I'm going to trim these down. The instructions say square each block to 2.5 inches. You can use any ruler that's going to like make sense. So this one, I can lay this down and this shows me 1/2 inch, 1 inch, 1.5, 2, 2.5. So I'm going to lay it down. So this center one is going right down the center. And then I'm going to make sure I can trim around. I'm going to have to do 2 cuts. I love this little rotating mat. This is, ooh, did I slide? No, I didn't slide. Hold the whole thing as you go. I'm going to go ahead and just flip it and go the other direction and just make sure that I am right on it. Sorry, camera is in my way. Okay, I'm going to line up with that and the center mark and my 2 edges, and that looks good. And let's go ahead. There is my, so let's try this one. So there's my 2.5 by 2.5. This mark here too, you're going to see 2.5 is right there. So I can lay this one down, have this going down the center again. Make sure I'm all the way to my 2.5. There's 2.5 and there's 2.5. It's the center part that really makes a difference for your cut. Ooh, let's make sure that came off. Something really nice about Quilter Select is they are super gummy, meaning so 2.5, 2.5 center, and 2.5. The thing I don't like is I have trouble seeing with that. I don't see as well. So let's go 2.5. I also have just a 2.5 inch ruler, and we can look for that in just a second. Okay. Where is my little itty bitty? Hang on. Hang on. I was just looking at this and I'm like, wait a minute. So I have this one. I also have a Creative Grids one, but this one I put these little, can you see the little gummy ones? The little gummy things so they don't slide. And I was cutting, that other ruler is cutting to the 3s. So let's just go ahead and do this and see what we get. Okay, there we go. And you don't have to cut off those dog ears. All right, there's my 2.5 by 2.5. Square each block to 2.5 by 2.5. I want to make sure I'm reading my instructions right. And this is my 2.5 by 2.5. It's got that center mark, that yellow center mark. I did think to myself, I go, oh, usually Kimberbell there's definitely more room going around the whole thing. And you really want to make sure that you're not moving this around too much. What happens is when it gets really bulky in the center, sometimes your ruler kind of slides around. Okay, now we're on a roll. It's been a while. And a lot of you have your favorite technique, your favorite way of doing these, your favorite tool. Patrick is like, what are we doing for dinner? He keeps asking me. I'm like, I'm piecing. I know none of you have ever said that. Did that slide? No, it did not. Oh my goodness, they're so cute. You're so cute, half square triangles. I think I love you. And then I have to cut that other one. Look adorable. Half square triangle. This fabric reminds me of a picnic. And this is the one that I cut 3 inches. Well, I didn't know. I was looking at that, the markings, and I thought I was cutting 2.5, but apparently I was not. This little itty bitty rotating mat is made, I think it's Sue Daly, and it's perfect for like paper piecing. Okay, those are done. Next thing we're going to do is we are going to sew these 2 together. Here's your little picture. So we're going to do 1 upper right, 1 lower right. Then we'll sew those together right there. And then we'll do 1 lower left. And I'm talking about the teal. So we'll sew those 2 together. So I'm going to put these together. I'm going to sew on this side. These together, I'm going to sew on this side. And let's do the next one. Here and here. I'm going to sew on the right side. Here and... Where are you? Where are you, little block? Okay, let's find the block that I'm missing. I'll be right back. How could I have lost it? Yikes, I had thrown it away in the trash can. So these are all going to be sewn on the right side. This one. Yeah, do you like that? I just picked it up like it was a scrap and threw it away. Okay. This last one. Okay, here. Upper... I think it should be like this, and this is like this, and like this. Nope. Where's my picture? Top left. Top left. There we go. Okay. On the right-hand side, on the right-hand side. These are ready. Let's piece them. Keep your iron hot because we are going to come over and we're going to press them next. Squeaky filming arm. I'm going to start with my needle down. And just make sure all your edges are lined up. These look good. Oh, wrong foot. I need 1/4 inch. Oop, sorry. I was like sewing with my toe and I was getting no traction there. Match it up. Here we go. I'm sorry, I'm heavy breathing. I was just so relaxed. Okay, cut them apart. Let's press, and then we're going to sew them together again. Get that out of the way. Oh, don't look at this. Naughty me. I know. You just saw it. I do not always put my blade down. All right. Press to relax. And then it says Press seams. It doesn't say which way to press your seams. Sew rows together to the finished pinwheel and press seams again. So I am going to just go ahead and press this open because we can. Because we are not going to be stitching in the ditch. Relax the seam. I can hear Patrick coming. He's probably going to ask me for food. Whoop. That got pressed too. We don't want that down. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and we're going to put these together. Make sure we have them set up right, and there. You get your little pinwheel. So we'll put these together. We're going to sew it together right here. If you want, you can. I'm going to put this on the right-hand side so I know which way to go. There we go. There's the other one. And I'm going to put it to the right. Let's sew these. And we can put, and I'm going to put a pin right on this right side just to make sure this doesn't scoot at all. I'm going to start over here. My needle's already down. If I press the other way, you get this really pretty little pinwheel right in this middle when you unfold. Like butter. Let's match these up. Those look good. My poor baby husband. I'm sure he's hungry. This is all I'm going to do. I'm going to go have dinner with my beloved, and then I'll come back because I'm in the mood. In the mood to peace. Whoop, sorry. Should I cut? Okay, cut that. Let's go ahead and give it a little pressy poo. Okay. I'm just going to press it open. Again, not always what you want to do, but we're going to do that because we're going to quilt this. What if you get one and it's so not lined up and it looks so bad? It's up to you. What's your tolerance, right? I would take it apart and redo it. But these look pretty good. Adorable. All right. I am going to go have dinner. Ooh, not good. But you know what? I'm going to leave it. I'm just going to leave it. I don't know if I can. I may or may not redo this one. We'll see. All right. Now it says squared up blocks to measure 4.5 by 4.5. So here's my 4.5 by 4.5 inch ruler. And that's pretty good. And I have to decide if I can live with that or not. This one's pretty perfect. That one is off like 1/8 of an inch. And to me, that's kind of a lot. I should have looked at it before I pressed it. All right. I'm going to go have dinner. And then I'm going to come back and I'm going to make some windmills. Those are really cute. Half square. There. Here are our instructions. Cut those into half on the diagonal. All right. I will be right back. Much better. I had to take it apart. I couldn't live with it. It just wasn't up to my standards. I always go, oh, who cares? And then I go, I do. So, and I should have looked at it first. I should have taken a gander before I pressed, and I didn't. You know why? Because I was cocky. I was like, oh, it's going to look perfect. I really believed it. Okay, now for real. I'm going to go have dinner with my love, and then I'll be back. Because I love this. We just have to do these giant windmills. These are in the hoop. So, and this I'll do with the quilting. With the, I'll do everything in the hoop. All right, see you in a little bit. The soup is cooking. So I came back downstairs to do more. Let's do the windmills. All right, I'm going to grab this right here. Got an array of rulers. First thing it wants us to do is it wants us to cut, and our fabric is different. Let's get our fabric out, right? Here we go. Oh my goodness. So we've got our 4 square, our pinwheels. Oops. Here we go. And this is our fabric that we're using. So it's a little bit different, but very similar. We're going to cut these in half, and we're going to cut these in quarters. So I wonder if I can do 2 at a time. Let's try 2 at a time. We have 6 of these. I'm not going to do more than that because I don't want it to shift, because you do want it to be semi-accurate. But I think I can handle 2 at a time. Cut. That was beautiful. Those came out great. Next 2. Check all the sides. They look good. Corner to corner. Looking good. Oh, my baby boy Momo is here. I'm going to look above, make sure everything looks good. I'm not seeing anything peeking out. Corner to corner. You have 6 pieces, and those look amazing. Okay, next. We have 3 of each of these. And should we go all 3? I'm going to go for it. Maybe I'm going to learn my lesson and go, that was a bad idea. But I'm going to go for it. And we're going to do corner to corner and then corner to corner. Okay. You need to make sure you're pressing down on your ruler as you cut so it doesn't slide and your pieces don't move. Here we go. Whoops. Sorry. And are these exact? Ah, they're pretty good. Last 3. A little push, a little pull. I think those are going to be good enough. And there we go. All right. So we've done these 3 steps. Now we want to take right sides and sew the short edge of the white triangle to the short end of a red. A scant 1/4 inch seam is recommended, and then press. So we're going to go and repeat steps 4 to create 4 total red and white triangles. 4 total. Okay. So this, here we go. Like this and like this. Here's your long. There's your short. All right. So we'll just do this. Create 4 total. That's all we want, are 4 total. All right, I can do 4 total. Make sure you're putting right sides to right sides. All right, here, 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 here. Those are the sides we're going to sew on. Come to the machine. Join me. Let's chain piece. I'm still on stitch 103, and I am starting with my needle down. Make sure everything's lined up. Oh, and you know what it did? It did say to sew, sorry, Poppy's hitting my filming arm. Did say to sew a scant. And if you want to do a scant, no. She's trying to jump over to my Poppy. No, she's trying to jump onto my, where I'm pressing. Okay, here's to get a scant. And I'm going to just leave that first one, but you can work with your LR shift. And, oh my God. Okay, hang on. Let me pause this for just a second. Okay, sorry about that. This will move your needle over to the right, closer to the seam, making it a little bit shorter. So I'm just going to go plus, and we can go plus 0.5. I don't think we want to go any further over than that, but let's go ahead and give it a go. They're recommending it. Let's just do it. That was just 1/2 millimeter. I mean, that's tiny, 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 tiny. And last one. And I could turn off my guideline markers. Right now I'm not even using them. They're just on. There's my chain piecer cutter. Cutter Roosterama. Okay. The water is boiling. I'll be right back. I don't know why I didn't do them all again. It just said repeat step 6. And then we have to do repeat steps to create 2 more blocks. So why didn't I do it all? I was looking at these going, why wouldn't you do them all at once? And I'm going to do them all at once, right? Why come back and have to do it? So now I'm going to take all of them, right side up, right side down. Hopefully I did these all right. Yes, perfect. Oh, look at that. What the heck happened here? Okay. Let's just say I was drinking heavily while I was piecing these, and that'll explain it. So I have to go back and fix that one. Here we go right now. Dun 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 dun. I'm glad I checked that. The worst would be if I'd like gotten through all of it. I just had a feeling. I had a feeling something wasn't quite right. Da-dun. And the last one. Let's get a little seam ripper out here. Let's take this out. The bad thing about piecing at 1.8 is the stitches are harder to get out, but the good thing is they just don't come up undone and pull apart. There we go. Just get it going a little bit. Okay. Last one. Okay, let's do all of these. And then we'll press them all. And then we'll sew them all to the teal. And then we will press them all. And then we'll be all done. And we'll be like, oh my goodness. We are amazing piecers. Even those of us that don't piece often. Because this is not my forte. But I love it. I just love it. I love piecing. And you know what? Now, maybe that was my last one. And then if that was my last one, then that scant is going to make a difference. And you know, we're just putting 3 together. I don't know how scant you have to be as well. You know what? I'm not going to go so scant. Remember, I'm going to go back. So I'm doing 3.75. That's just 0.25. And the reason for that is because I'm using Deco Bob. My stuff isn't going to be as bulky as it would normally be if I was just using regular 40 weight thread or 50 weight thread. Like if you're using Aurifil, I mean, that stuff feels thick. This stuff feels so thin and delicate and amazing. You're just like, ooh, is there even thread in that seam? I don't think so. I'm just kidding. You do feel it. Maybe I'm going to go from this end. Because it's flat. You know, sometimes it's like that little end doesn't want to catch as well. You know what I'm talking about? Because it's so little. So let's put them together. Make sure they're beautimous. That's a word we use at the store, which is totally made up. We're like, oh, that's so beautimous. Oops. I would rather go slower and be more accurate than race through these. I'm sure there's some of you that are fast and accurate. I am neither. I'm okay. I'm just kind of okay at all things. Jack of all trades, master of none. And I'm okay with that. I enjoy myself. So I think that's important, right? That looks nice and even, and then I'm going to flip. Just find it easier to sew from the flat end because the feed dogs have an even amount of fabric to grip on. Yeah, I don't know why the directions just had you do a set of 4. Let's just do it all. That's what I'm... Okay, this side, this side. Kai is out with his little friends right now climbing. And like when I was growing up, I wasn't allowed to leave the house. Seems so weird, right? I was just thinking about that because we encourage our kids to go out with their friends. Okay, this side, this side. He didn't want to go out because he wanted to stay home and make dinner with us. My kids are so motivated now that they're going to be living on their own. They want to know how to cook all their favorite dishes. And all I use is a recipe. Like, that's all I do. If there's anything I miss about I miss everything about my mom. But I sure do miss her cooking. Okay, let's count them. Just try to pull it down on the center. And that's why I sew a little bit off. So there's a couple threads. I probably sew about 1/2 inch off. And now let's go and press. And it says, how does it want us to press? It just says press seams. I don't like that. I'm going to press it one way. Since it's telling us to just press the seam, I'm just going to press it open again because, again, we are not stitching in the ditch. And because we're going to have another intersection of seams. Are we trimming these down? Are we trimming them down? Let's see. It doesn't say anything about trimming them down. So ooh, we do have, let's go to the dark. Let's just go to the dark because it is quite a bit darker. I wasn't thinking about that. It is white and red. So we have side that's quite a bit darker. I'm going to lay it down on our light side and press to our dark side. Wasn't thinking. We don't want to see all the shadowing through. Light side, like this, and then it folds both seams, both parts of the seams to the dark side. These colors just look so beautiful together. Okay, settle that seam. Run the light side on there, and we're just going to push this side up. Ooh. I want that line to stay straight. I don't know how straight that was, but remember, fabric is malleable. So when you sew it together, you can kind of force it to go where you want it to go. We're going to lay our light side down. And be gentle with this. Gentle. Okay. Gentle. Light side down. Flip it to the dark side. Gently finger press. Ooh, we already did that one. Gentle because you don't want to distort. You don't want to twist up your fabric. Here we go. Relax the seam. Light side down. Both seams are now on the dark side. I think that side was done, huh? I see the end is near. I'm getting through it. Oop, I didn't even press the right side. Put the light side down, both seams to the dark. Hello, you know, I'm sad that I had somebody call me today because she wanted to order a Hello Sunshine kit. And I was sad because I couldn't. I didn't spray it. Spraying it just, ooh, it starches it and holds it. Just everything is. Because I wish I had one for everyone. I wish I had a kit cutting machine. I want to say we made 75 kits. Okay, those are done. Now we're just going to sew these together. You're just going to take one of these and one of these, and we're going to sew them all together. And let's go. Okay, I'm going to take these and put them all by the machine. This is a good time to put on a TV show and not have to listen to the sound of my voice. I find myself just talking. Are you like, she never shuts up? Okay, let's see how long I cannot speak. Needle down. Might give it a little nudge up. Wait for those feed dogs to both catch. If you find your fabric is getting sucked down into the hole in your needle plate, which I'm not having an issue with, put on your straight stitch needle plate. That's what it's there for. The straight stitch needle plate just has a little hole in it, so your fabric will just glide on top. Or you might find that you need a leader, but I'm on a luminaire. It's just so amazing. Mine's just floating over like it's no big deal. It's like, oh yeah, no big deal. Check me out. I'm just gliding. I know that can be frustrating. And especially with the luminaire and the flourish. You have a straight stitch needle plate that you can just change out with the touch of a button. I find that I'm willing to use that stuff when I get frustrated. I'm like, okay, my fabric is getting sucked down in the hole. I'm getting frustrated. I'm going to use it. Right now, it's not happening to me, so I'm just going to keep piecing. Right side to right side. You're matching. Okay, my love. He's telling me that dinner is ready. Match up those sides. He wants company. Oh, that is much bigger, isn't it? Okay, I wasn't looking. Let's do this. Let's definitely sew from, well, I might have to adjust those. I'm sewing from the, with the piece side down. And I might have to square these up just a little bit. And it did say go scant. And I really didn't think it was going to be a big deal, but maybe I should have listened. Okay, we are going to sew this side down first because it looks like these are bigger, at least a little bit. I'm going to check those other ones, the first ones. Oop, sorry. So I'm putting the pieced one down first because I did have some that, well, maybe I just had one that was very tiny. I wouldn't worry about it because when we go to quilt these, we're going to be squaring everything up and we're going to have the muslin behind just in case it doesn't quite reach or if it's too big. I think we have, how many of these do we have? I'm not sure. We were having a good laugh I was having a good laugh at this store today with one of our customers because she asked, when was the last time you changed the message on your machine? And it had been since December. I made Patrick do it before we went away for Memorial Day weekend because we were closed. I was like, Patrick, please. Okay, so I'm finding most of these are fitting, and maybe I just had a side that was small, but there's no time to eat. I can't stop sewing. It's a little bit.
Jeannie.
Yes, I'm coming.
Can we eat?
Yes.
I want you to come eat with me.
Okay. Let me sew this last one. Does it sound like the conversations in your house? I'm coming. Oh, but I only have 4 more. I'll be right back. I just got done eating dinner with my love of my life, Patrick Mulligan. Okay, I don't know why that other one, I think I don't know. It was cut small because these are all fitting like it's their job. I've been so embarrassed about my fingernails because from the chemo, it made my fingernail beds bruise. And so it's starting to grow out, but it's looked almost like the nails are dirty. And for a while, these are things I didn't know happened. My fingernails actually, like the layers split and then they were dirty. Dirt got in between the layers of my fingernails and there was no way for me to get it out. So I was so excited when they grew enough for me to cut out those icky layers. It's been quite a journey. I've learned a lot. Most things I didn't want to know, but whatever. Okay, these fit great. I really honestly don't know what was up with those first ones. I'm going to cut these apart right now, and then before I press them, we learned our lesson from last one. Before I press them, I'm going to look at them and just make sure they look good. That's not like too mismatched, because maybe I can unpiece them and then piece other pairs together that will be a better fit. Like this. What is up with this one? And this. That is not good either. That one. Let's see these. That looks pretty good. That one's okay. This one is, you know what? I'm just going to leave them. I'm going to leave them because they're going to be quilted. They're going to be quilted on muslin. And I don't think whatever I do, I don't think there's going to be more than, it's not going to be like 1/4 of an inch off. So I think we're going to be okay. This one is the one that's probably off the most. Let's go ahead and you're going to press it. Sew a blue triangle to the long side. Repeat 6, and it doesn't say which way to press your seams, but I'm going to press the seam away from the white, because the white is so light. I just don't want this shadowing in the back. So here we go. Settle the seam or relax it. And this is going to be our dark side. And that's getting a little fat, but that is okay. We're calling this the light side. I wonder if these have to be trimmed down to 4.5 by 4.5. Yeah, so they should be about 4.5 by 4.5. Doesn't say anything about trimming them down. But I might go ahead and trim them down. Relax seam. If we do 4.5 by 4.5, and the final blocks are 8.5 by 8.5. Is that right? I'm spraying with my left hand, and I'm not a left-hand sprayer. So you're probably like, wow, she is not very good at hitting the target. I'm a righty. I'm a righty with everything except for cutting. I'm randomly a lefty cutting. Okay, because 4.5 and 4.5 is 9 minus a half. That's 8.5. So that should be right if we want to trim these blocks down, because I think that we need to do that. Doesn't say anything in there, but you have all of these dog ears and everything that's hanging over. Almost done with our pressing. Light side down, dark side up. Light side down, dark side up. And last one. Last one, last one. See, I feel like we need to trim them because look at their picture. Their picture is beautiful and everything is trimmed up. These don't look beautiful. So let's go ahead and trim them up, and I'm going to use my 4.5 by 4.5 Create Grid ruler. I'm going to lay this down. I'm going to keep as much as I can and just trim away all of those icky parts like this. Sorry. That's the hard thing about this, right? You've got to There we go. Oh, and now it looks beautiful, just like the picture. Okay, trim it up. I know it's another step, and it's tempting to just go, oh, I'm just going to sew it, but there we go. Oop, that little guy didn't come off. Stubborn. It'll be worth it. And I'm lining that diagonal line up. There we go. Because they look so gorge like that, right? We want our project to be gorgeous. This one, and it is okay if it is not perfect, but you want it to be pretty perfect. As square as you can get it. I'm not going to pull that because I don't want it to unravel my fabric. Oop. Use that diagonal. Work it. If you need to fudge it a little bit to make it fit, fudge it just a little bit. I can't wait to put these together. They're going to be adorable. Okay. Oop, it slid. Even with your best efforts, sometimes it might just slide the tiniest bit. Just get it as squared up as you can. But we're probably halfway done, if not more. I'm shy over here on this edge. We're going to do our best. Three more. Okay, these are done. So next thing we're going to do is we are going to put them together just like this. We're making 3 of these. 1, 2, 3. So we're going to go this one down, this one to the left, this one up, and this one this way. So I'm going to go ahead and sew these 2 together and these 2 together, and then we'll match those up. Let's do another set. This, and this. Whoops, this way. Oh my goodness, these are so ridiculously cute. It's just making me happy just looking at them. I don't know if that ever happens to you. You're like, that makes me happy. Let's go ahead and stitch them. We're going to chain piece these. You guys got it now, right? Hang on. Needle down. Match these up the best we can. And we're going to match up this side, and we're going to look at all sides and get the best match possible, because a lot of these weren't perfect. And I know that's not totally matched on this right hand side, but I've matched on all 4 sides the best I can be. So if you undersew something a little bit, that is okay. Hang on. Oh my goodness. But what's not okay is sewing 3 layers together. That's okay. I felt like doing a little seam ripping anyways. Okay. Let's take a look at these top ones again, because we needed 1 up, 1 to the side. Is that right? No. 1 bottom, 1 to the side, 1 to the left, and 1 up like this. Okay. We're going to have to check these again. And you do want to pull that loop out. We'll check the other ones as we go. That was interesting, right? Here we go. Needle down. Let's try and sew through 2 layers at a time instead of 3. You'll never... Why are we not moving? It's a little thick here. It didn't want to go really. We want to get all sides lined up the best we can. And remember, some of these weren't totally square. So I want you to look at all 4 sides. Should be, that's that one, and bottom this way and this way. Okay, that looks right. So those 2 sides and these 2 sides. Let's do it. So like I said, I'm looking at all 4 sides, making sure I'm the best match possible on all 4 sides. There we go. Oh my God, I was zoning out and I just kept sewing. Here we go. For some reason, a couple of these don't want to take, but it's okay. Remember, you're the boss. Okay, let's check these. That's my top. That is my, I don't know, this, and then like that. There we go. That's one side, and that's one side. Make all 4 sides fit the best they can. One has to go all the way up there. It's all the way to that side. There we go. There we go. You want to match the best as possible. Okay, let's take a peek and just make sure everything looks pretty good. That's pretty good. You're looking here at this join right here, and pretty good is going to be good in it. Oh, that one's perfect. Perfect. So as long as it's pretty good to perfect, that is pretty good. Then I'm going to go with it. Perfect. Pretty good. And pretty good. So I think I had, what, 3 pretty goods and 3 perfects, or I had 4 pretty goods and 2 perfects, and I can live with that. Let's press it, and we're going to sew them together. I like having my new little ironing station over here. It's easy to swing my arm over. That should be right, right? And then, yes. These are the cutest things ever. Love. Okay, we're going to press to the dark side, which is, we'll press to this side here. I don't know if there really is a dark side, but I'm going to press to the side with the teal flowers. Just to be consistent. Teal flower side, I'm pressing to you. Is it getting thicker over there? It's okay. Which side has my teal flower? Here we go. I wonder, would it be less bulky if I was pressing to... Nope, feels the same. Sometimes I feel like serenading my blocks. You are beautiful, no matter what they say. That's what I feel like saying to them, because you're so beautiful. Even if you're not perfect, you're beautiful. Last one. There's something about the combination of like red and turquoise to me. It reminds me of like a lot of stuff that I used to make for Violet when she was young. It's very European to me. Like the clothing. I used to do a lot of patterns by Farb and Mix. I don't know if you've ever heard of them, but there we go. Let's go ahead. We want to match up that seam pretty well. Sew those together. On that right hand side, and oh my goodness, one more. Let's do it. Okay, sometimes I gotta let you know a secret. Sometimes what I do is I sew right in the center, because what I hate is when I sew all the way across the whole thing and the center doesn't match. So I'll sew the center, check it, and then I'll sew the whole thing. Is that weird? Is that like not acceptable? So and I know you have thread going over itself, but I hate doing the whole thing and then opening it up and it's like awful. Oh my goodness. Could it be more perfect? Let's do the whole thing now. Needle down. And I know it might add just the tiniest bit of bulk in the center, but I'm using Gecko Bob, so it's really thin anyways compared to other thread. And then you look at it and you go, magic. That one was so just unbelievable. All right, let's do this one next. Oh my God, especially like when you're doing an OESD tiling scene and they get really thick and you're like, what the heck? And you just can't get it to match up. And you get depressed and you say, I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy of sewing these. Another beautiful join. I don't know, is that cheating? Probably. Oops, let's make sure this is lined up. Okay, last one. So I'm going to check it right here. Make sure it looks perfect. Bend it back right there. Make sure it's joined perfectly. It is. Poor Patrick didn't get any love and attention tonight. I don't even know if I sewed all the way across. Let's see. Another perfect joint. Why can't I just do that without having to do that middle? I don't know. Something happens. Those were all just incredible. Like, I was born to peace. And that was all I was born to do. Don't worry that wasn't, I was kind of matching up. I was matching up from before. From where I cut. And you gotta love the 1.8. I feel like the boss. Okay. I gotta pat myself on the shoulder. When it starts to get late, because it's almost 10, I start to get tired. And then I start to make mistakes. Press seams to the left. Sew blocks in row 2. Press seams to the right. Press seams to the left and to the right. I pressed them all in the same direction. I'm just going to press these seams open. You have a lot of seams here. Okay, this one's thick in the middle. Clapper it. Ooh, push it down. Oops. Oh, isn't it beautiful? Once we quilt it, it's going to be even more gorgeous. I'm going to go from opposite directions so I don't press those seams down again. Oh, I got that one. Now press. The one you really want to get down is that center one. You want him to stay down. You want to beat him. You want to press him. Get down there. Oh my God. Are these just so gorgeous? Fun. Last one. Are we done? Are these all the piece blocks? The last piece blocks are going to be, I want these to lay flat. Okay, so here are my 3 windmills. Absolutely gorgeous. Here are my 4 pinwheels. Are they 4? No, 2. 2 pinwheels. And here are my 3. No, I got it. All right, it's time to go to bed. Here are my 4 squares. And the other piece blocks are in the hoop. These are going to be done in the hoop. So I am not going to be doing those. Are these the ones that are going to be in the hoop? Oh, these are all in the hoop. So you have 6 of these that are sewn together in groups of 3s. And then you have 10 of these that are sewn together in groups of 5. Those will go in the hoop. This one is done. The piecing blocks are done. I haven't quilted them yet. I'll go ahead and I'll quilt these tomorrow, and I'll do the flying geese tomorrow. And I am going to leave you with that. Oh my goodness. These made me super happy. Happy, happy, happy. Thank you for joining me. These are Hello Sunshine piece blocks, Jeanne style. Bye. Hello, here is the agenda for Monday. So I started this, what day did I do this? I can't remember what day I did this, but I went ahead and I pieced together the 4 patches, the pinwheels, and the windmills. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to quilt those right now. This might change a little bit. I'll write in my colors and I'll add that to the spreadsheet and then I'll send it out. So here these are. There were a whole bunch of pieces of batting that I didn't know what they went to. And then I figured out that they go to these piece blocks. So these 3 go to the Windmills. The 4.5 by 4.5s go to the 4-patch and the Pinwheels. And then these other pieces right here will be going to the Flying Geese, which have not been pieced yet, which I'm going to do in the hoop right now. So I'm going to get all this done. I'm hoping to get all this done tonight. And then when we get together on Monday, I want to do these easy blocks right here. I just decided, you know what? I want to keep it easy. I don't want to think too much. So this is what I'm going to do on Monday. And then the following week, hopefully we can get into some of the blocks that are going to be a little more complicated. We're going to ease into it. So let's go ahead and get started with these. These are the cutest. They're just so cute, but let's stay in order. So 4-patch, those are going to be, you have 4 of them. They're 4 by 4 each. 4.5 by 4.5 is their final cut size. I decided let's go ahead and do it the 9.5 by 14 in 4 in 1 hooping. And I'm going to use this 9.5 by 14 for as many as I can. So I think I'm going to be able to do like this whole section all in the 9.5 by 14. I'm already hooped up with my muslin. I had a big old oversized piece. And what I realized is, again, I don't have any muslin. So I'm going to go to the store this weekend. I'm grabbing a whole bolt and it's going to live here with me because I do not like not having my muslin. If you don't have a 9.5 by 14, reach out to me and get one at the store. I have a couple more that are at that price of $139.99. They're normally $274.99 and I'm selling them for $139.99, but you have to write in there special pricing in your notes. Just say hello sunshine, special pricing, or just Jeannie, special pricing please. Okay, I'm gonna slide this onto my machine. I already have a pre-wound bobbin in there. Let's pull up our design. Kathy Bolin put together the quilting selection for us, so we didn't have to think because we do so much thinking. Why not let somebody else do the thinking for us every once in a while? Alrighty. So for the 4-patch, we are just going to be loading Floral 1. This is from the Red, White, and Bloom collection. What if you don't have red, white, and bloom? Just pick any 4x4 quilting design from any pack that you have that you enjoy. I'm getting these loops Floral 1 is Red, White, and Bloom. I think I put it in here. Floral 1. Did I put it in here? Here we go. Embroidery files. And I am doing the 4x4. And it's so cute. Let's just put that in there. Go ahead and set it. I need to choose my hoop size because right now I think this is a 6x10. You're going to go to your settings button, which is the notebook paper. Depending on what machine you have. I'm on a Luminaire. And everything else is right. So I'm going to put one up here in this corner, and then I'm going to go ahead and make a copy. I'm using the same design for all 4 of these. So edit, copy, copy, and copy. Should I do more in here? What can I fit? It's a little tight. Or, you know what? Should I? Oh, hang on. Attack of the dog. Hang on. Sit. Poppy, sit. Good girl. You know what? Why don't we do more in here? So what can we fit? We also need 2 of the pinwheels, and those are 4x4, and it's loops 4, right? Let's put those in too. I was just trying this out, so you can just go ahead and touch it, delete it. I'm going to go back in here and add, and I want loops 4. I put this in my upper USB right now. Loops 4, here I added the loops folder, block by block. Actually, yes, we do need the block by block because we have to lay down our batting. And we want 4x4. I'm going to go ahead and set that. And we're doing 2 of those. Don't add again, just make a copy. It's the fastest way. Finger, general placement, move key, accuracy, precise placement. So this one, now I'm going to go ahead and use my arrows to move them all into place. And that's why it's so important that you set it for 9.5 by 14.5, so you know exactly how much room you have to work with. That is. And then if you ever go to the next page and it says that it needs a bigger hoop, that means you might just be one click into or past the line, past your embroidery field, right? That's all it takes is one click. Okay, I think I'm good. I'm going to go ahead and say okay. And embroidery. Perfect. It didn't spit me out, which means that it means that I was right on the edge or within it a click. So I'm going to go layout and I'm going to color group, and that's going to do all my placement lines. And the only placement line I'm going to do is I'm going to do the third one. I'm going to skip the batting and I'm going to skip the tack down for the batting. I'm just going to do this one here because I'm just going to spray my batting to the center of my blocks and I'm just going to lay it down. If it's not perfect, it is okay. So let's go ahead and I'm going to go layout so I can see what I'm stitching. This is where we go forward and backward stitches. I'm going to touch that button right there. And I'm just going to touch here in the orange towards the turquoise. If you are not able to do that on your machine, you're just going to arrow through. There's 6 placement lines. So you're just going to hit it. It's already on the first one, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. You're still on that. And then now we're in the orange. But since on my machine, I have a progress bar, I can just touch in here. And I'm going to arrow through. I'm still in the orange, I'm in the turquoise. That's where I want to be. I want a color I can see. So I'm going to take out my white. I have white deco bob in here because I was piecing. I love piecing. I'm not very good at it. Uh-oh. Poppy? Oh. She was doing something. Should I tell you what she was doing? Poor Momo. She always does it. She always, this is what? Cool Mint. She humps his head. And Momo just takes it. My poor Momo. He needs to stand up to her. It's not like she humps him. Well, she does hump him from the other side too. Like she's getting a piggyback. But what she prefers to do is she prefers to hump his head. And he just keeps chewing his bone like nothing's happening. Like, oh, this is normal. I'm just going to keep chewing my bone. Poor Momo. Alrighty. And then she barks at him, and then she kicks him in the head. I cannot fight his battles all the time. He has to learn to fight them on his own. Sometimes if I'm nearby, I will pull her off. All right. Sorry. I will eject them from the room if this nonsense persists. You're grabbing these 4. Let's grab the spray box because we've got a lot of spraying to do. Don't come up here. Nope. Not allowed. Nope. Sorry, I had to. She likes to jump up here and get in the way. I know you have animals that do the same thing. I know people have cats and. Here's the spray box. My spray box is from a snap hoop. Let me get that. Here, in case you get confused and you don't know what kind of box this is, it says spray box. Really big letters. Okay. I'm spraying. Remember, if you are spraying your batting and attaching it to your pieces, you're going to spray the right side, because you want right side to be up. So we need to go through here and figure out which one's our right side. And the right side is, okay. See how nubby that is? Wrong side. Right side. I'm going to spray the right side of all of these. We have to do 6 of them. Remember, we're doing 6 right now. We're doing our pinwheels and we're doing our 4-patch. What happens if you don't spray the right side? That'll be fine. I didn't know there was a right and a wrong side for probably like 10 years until Jean Garcia taught me that. You are not allowed up here. Stay there. Look at that devil. Okay, now I'm going to take these and I'm just going to center them. And then we're going to spray them one more time to lay them down. Just center them the best you can. I usually actually cut mine a little bit bigger anyways. And we're going to spray these when we put them down. Look at how not straight that is. You know what? It's okay. Nobody's going to know. Except you and me. And whoever watches this video. La da 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 da. Go away, Poppy. You are not invited. But look how cute she's trying to get around the box. Look at her. Look at that. Look at that devil. Oh my God. And she's just, you know what Violet says? She says to me, she says, I own you. All her actions just tell me she owns me. This is why I can't get anything done. You think I don't want to sew? I do want to sew. And now because I'm not letting her up here, she's going to go upstairs and find something to destroy. And then Patrick's going to go, why weren't you watching her? You can't take your eyes off her. Because you know why? Because I want a life too. You know where Patrick is right now? Mountain biking. And I want a life. I want to be able to do things. Okay. You know all my dirty secrets. Okay, where I really try to spray is around the edges because I want it to stick down. Now remember, if it doesn't, and I know I'm spraying like a lot. I normally don't spray this much. Don't breathe in. Okay. I want the edges. I'm not a taper. I was born a sprayer. I was born to spray. Like some people are born to ride. I'm born to spray. Okay, forward patch. And you know, who cares? If you do like your pinwheels and make them floral, you can do that. You can do that. We don't care. You're going right inside that line. How much time did we save by not having to, number one, do the placement line for the batting, and then do the tack down and the trim, and then how much time do you save doing it this way? What if your things don't fit perfectly? It's okay. Don't worry about it. You know why? You're going to cut to the muslin. You're going to spray. It's going to be beautiful. Everyone's going to be like, oh my goodness, that's gorgeous. Are you an expert piecer? And you're going to be like, why, yes, I am. Yep, that's what I tell people. I go, why, yes, I am an expert piecer. Okay, truth be told, I've never said that. I always say, I'm so bad at this. But look, it looks beautiful when you're done. I can't push this down because there's no machine bed right there. So I'm going to go into, this is the tack down. We are not doing the tack down because it's just going to go around the edge and the foot's going to get caught. It's going to make a big old mess. Don't do it. I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to touch in here. It's still orange, so I'm not to my quilting yet. Orange. Quilting. We are there. What color should we quilt? I'm going to go with, it's so hard. Should I go with white? It's so hard to decide. Okay. I could do that like red. I'm going to grab that red and see how I like it. But before I do that, I'm going to run upstairs because somebody's doing something naughty. And it's Poppy. I'll be right back. All right. I think I'm going to go for it. And I think I'm going to use that red. And it's called Apple. And it's so pretty, and I think it'll look great with the whole thing. And there's a lot going on here. Well, it looks like a lot on my screen. When you look at the time, it's only 2 minutes of stitching. Here we go. Hopefully I love it. If not, well, we just live with it, because I think it's going to be too much to pull it out. Looks cute so far. And don't worry about any puckering. It'll all iron out. It'll look amazing. If you want, you could kind of hold down the corner as it stitches. And the other thing you could do is you can make your pieces a little bigger than they call for, which is what they did in Quilting Through the Seasons, which I really, really loved. I know it stresses some people out when this doesn't go all the way to the edge. Don't worry about it. Now I'm not going to step away while this is going on, because I want to know which one. It doesn't always stitch in the order you think it's going to stitch in. So I just want to make sure it's going to the next petal I think it is, or the next square. I'm going to push it down if it's one of these lower ones. See, like this. I did not think it was gonna come down here, but if I'd stepped away, and I really want to like stick this down. Okay. Now if it comes down to the bottom, I haven't even put those pinwheels on yet, and I have to decide what color I want. So I'm gonna write this in here. I'm just gonna write in apple. Let me do that. It'll look great. I'm not worried. $702.06. Ooh, it's that, see that black screw that's hovering right above my finger? That's the destroyer. And don't worry about this. You're gonna press it, it's gonna lay super flat, and then you're gonna trim. And you're gonna trim with, I'm gonna use my 4.5 by 4.5 inch ruler, and I'll fussy cut it. So it will cover as much of that square as possible. Or you can use your pop rulers. What do you think we should use for this? Maybe I'll just go white. You think? White? Okay. I'm just gonna go white for my pinwheels. And for my windmills, I think I have to go. I'm gonna go cool mint. So cute. And then we're gonna do the flying geese. Flying geese in the hoop. We're gonna do large flying geese and then small flying geese. Okay, don't you think this is so much better doing it? We're gonna have 6 and one 9.5 by 14 inch hooping. Because the other thing you could do is, and if you have a smaller machine, that is fine too. You got to start somewhere. But you could work in your 5x7 and just do work down in a row. Do each one at a time. But this, as you can see, is way more efficient. I had I started out with a Baby Lock Sophia, and I had that. I upgraded pretty quick from that. I want to say I upgraded within like 6 months or something. And then I went to a Baby Lock Allure, and I know a lot of you had that machine too. So I had a Baby Lock Allure, and then Patrick was away hunting, and I got a call from where I used to buy my machines that there was a used Elegante. And I was like, should I get it? Should I wait until Patrick comes home? And I was like, forget it. I'm getting it. And that machine had, I think it had an 8x12 hoop. And I had that for a couple of years. And I pretty quickly also bought a 6 needle. So then I tried out Janome for a while because somebody told me Janome was the best. Janome was not the best. I mean, it wasn't horrible, but it wasn't the best. And from there, I went back to Baby Lock and Brother, and I bought a 10 needle. And then I think I waited until the Luminaire came out. Yeah, I waited for the Luminaire. I didn't get the Destiny or the Dream machine. And then when the Luminaire came out, I got that machine. And I love the Luminaire. I love it, I love it, I love it. I will be getting the new machine when that comes out, and I'm sure I'm going to love that too. But I love my Luminaire, and I really feel like I could just be happy with my Luminaire. But being a store owner, you get the latest and greatest, and that's what I'm going to be doing. I honestly thought I had the Luminaire 3 until that minute. I got the Luminaire 1, and then I thought I skipped the Luminaire 2, and I got the Luminaire 3. But I must have gotten the Luminaire 2 and upgraded. I'm too busy stitching thinking about what machine I have. Cute. Okay, I'm going to hit this stop after this because I have to lay down my other fabric, and I have to change out my thread. So you just hit the start. That's your start and your stop. Okay, let's get my pinwheel. We're going to lay it down. I'm going to pull this towards me just a little bit. Oh my goodness. The colors are just like magnificent, aren't they? Okay, let's go ahead. I'm going to change out my thread. I am going to do white for this. And then I'll do cool mint. White lives on my machine. I have a 10 thread spool stand. So it just lives up there. I don't know what Poppy's doing. I'm going to have to go look for her in a minute. Okay, loops. This one's pretty easy. Did I slide this back on? I did not. So cute. Nice job, Miss Kathy. I like your choices. Kathy Bolin helped us and chose all the quilting designs. Adorable. How quick were those two? I mean, so fast. And then we're going to hoop up. We're going to have to do all three of the windmills separately. They are 8.5 by 8.5 is the finished size. So you need something that you can fit an 8.5 inch design in. So I'm going to stay here in my 9.5 by 14 inch hoop. And then once we're done with those three, then we're going to do the flying geese. I love it. I don't know how many I'm going to be able to get out of this. Hopefully I have enough fabric. All right, let's rehoop. Don't be a menace, Poppy. Poppy, lay down. Okay, here we go. Let's rehoop. And yes, those do look absolutely adorable. The reason why I leave it on a long strip is then you don't waste whatever's here and below. Like you have a little bit of waste on the very top. Look at this. We'll see. We'll see. You have about 1.5 inches of no-sew on the top and bottom. Guard dogs. Sorry about that. Oh, you can't see that, can you? I'm going to force it in. I did. And let's pull our wrinkles out. And I might take a picture just to make sure that none of that is in the way. Let me go slide this back on my machine. Fluff it. Make sure your fabric doesn't curl underneath so it gets stitched down. I've had that happen to me. You've seen it. I'm going to take a picture just to make sure, but I'm pretty sure that's not going to be in the way. And let's go, okay. That'll clear the screen. Let's go back to embroidery. We're going to load the design. And for the windmills, we're doing loops 8 by 8. Go in here. Let's get loops block by block. And we are doing the 8x8 right here. Go ahead and set it. Embroidery. And I'm going to take a picture. So if you're on the Luminaire or the Solaris, you hit your camera. You can do it in your main edit page or this layout page and then hit scan. I don't think it's even going to come close, but let's take the picture anyways just to make sure. You need room. Make sure you have enough room. If your hoop hits anything, just assume you've knocked it off calibration and you will go ahead and start your machine over, like turn your machine off and on. Okay, we're going to take that design. I'm going to bump it all the way up. So we're going to layout, move. I probably should have hooped so that stuff was lower. So I can maximize, because hopefully I'll be able to fit 2 of these in here. I'm hoping. So we're going to say, okay. Let's go to, we're going to skip that one, and that one, we're going to do that turquoise one. So I'm just going to touch right here. Turquoise. Remember, you are going to take your batting, spray the right side. I mean, you could, if you wanted, you could do the placement stitch for the batting. But I'm just going to do the placement stitch. You're not going to see it well. I have white thread in there. I'm just going to leave the white thread. I should have put my cool mint, right? Grab your 8x8. You guys get the gist though, right? You can see it. Ooh, that's perfect. That's absolutely perfect. It's close, but not too close. I think I can fit one more on the bottom. I'm hoping. If not, we'll fit something else in there. So we're going to take that. I sprayed the right side of it. We're going to center it. Oh, he's pretty big and chunky. It's a little bit too big, but I don't care. Where I really want is the edges. We'll do one at a time. Oh my goodness. Do you see that? Okay, it didn't get sewn down. Okay. I don't know why. I think it just got pulled down just now. That's like the worst. All right. Lay this down. Ooh, he's not all the way up. Not all the way to the right either. Okay, I'm going to smooth him. Go ahead and slide that on. And I am going to use Cool Mint. And this is going to stitch out super fast because it's just loops. And loops is a fast design. So let's get my Cool Mint. And then I got to go check on the devil. See what she's doing. All right, skip ahead too. That's tacked down for your background fabric. We don't need that. You can use the arrows as well. There's my quilting. Make sure you see it on your screen. You want to see it. Here we go. Cool Mint is beautiful. Minutes of stitching. This is like my favorite block ever. I mean, I just love the fabrics, the colors. It just makes me happy. make sure your fabric that's still attached is not folded under. I'm just fluffing the fabric, trying to make it go as far out and not getting scrunched in. Okay, that makes me happy. Let's rehoop. Let's do the next one. I think I can fit one more down here. Let's try and do it. We're going to come back over here. Let's rehoop. Let me take this out of the way. Can't wait to do these. Those are going to be super fun. This we can put away. Okay. Please be enough fabric. Please. I don't know, but we're going to do our best. All right. Pop you up. And while we're at it, just to be on the safe side, let's go ahead and cut the top two off. You got to leave one on if you're doing the kind of hooping we're doing. I'm going to cut it right down the middle because chances are you're going to need a little bit of fabric in between. Not a lot, but that 1/8 inch might make a difference. And then we can press these and trim these. My God, they're so cute. Don't you, if you're new to Kimberbell and you've never pieced before, don't you love it? And it's simple piecing, and it's so pretty. It is so, uh-oh. Okay, I kind of needed that to hoop, but you know what? We're going to just try and do it anyways. Sometimes you just make it work, and sometimes it just does work. And if it doesn't work, that's okay. If it doesn't work, you know what we can do is we can hoop it in the 9.5 by 9.5 inch hoop. Do I have one of those? I think I do. I think I have a 9.5 by 9.5. We're just going to try it though. Look, it worked. It worked. We just got to see if there's going to be enough room down here, okay? Ideally, you want your block, you know, you want fabric all the way around. But if you don't have it, sometimes it'll work anyways. This is just making it happen. Did I just... I'm going to stab myself with those scissors. We're going to take a picture, though, to see if we can fit our block in. I don't know if we're going to have quite enough room. That's the only thing. If we don't, I might go to my, like I said, my 9.5 by 9.5. I think I have one. Isn't that crazy when you don't even know what you have? It's not a block, a hoop I use very often. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to take a picture of what's in the hoop. So I'm just going to say, okay, this will bring back... If you're not seeing the buttons, just hit a couple buttons. See what happens. Sorry, scan. We'll see. We'll see if it works. While that's scanning, I can spray. Okay, hang on. Poppy's here. I'm going to make sure she's not chewing anything she shouldn't be chewing. So you can see what's there. I'm going to bring this all the way down. And guess what? Not enough room. So let's get our other hoop out and see if that'll fit our other hoop. I'm going to pause you. Okay, so I did find my 9.5 by 9.5, and I ran the fabric instead of vertically. I ran it left and right. You got about 1/2 inch in nose though, and the design itself is 8.5 inches, so I can go 1/2 inch over from there. So this looks perfect. So it actually worked out really, really well, and I'm going to go ahead and slide this on. Now, when you take a picture on your machine, that picture stays there. Uh-oh, change to a larger embroidery hoop. Sorry. I got to move the design over. The picture stays there until you stitch the whole thing out. So this picture that's for my 9.5 by 9.5 is going to be here. I can take background image and go off. So now it's gone. And even though this is small enough to fit in my 9.5 by 9.5, I bumped it all the way to the bottom, which is outside of the field. So let's go ahead and hit return. And we're going to go up here to where we choose our hoop size. I'm going to go 9.5 by 9.5 and say okay. And you can see I'm well outside of that area. I'm going to go edit, move, center, and center. And I'm going to scoot it all the way to the right. I'm going to scoot it all the way to the right so it doesn't hit the other side. And I'm going to say okay. And I can move it here once I have my hoop on, and it'll make it so it doesn't go outside of my embroidery field. Hang on a second. You got to slide your hoop on though. If you slide your hoop on, it will not allow you to move the design outside of your embroidery field, which is a great feature. How come it's letting me? Oh, here we go. Embroidery. Layout, move, knock, knock. That's as far as you can go. All right, we're ready. I'm going to go ahead and skip the first step. First step, remember, is placement line for batting. We're skipping that. We're skipping the orange. Oh, I have to go down here before I can do that. And there's placement stitch for the background. I'm going to go ahead and stitch that. While it's stitching that, I'm going to go ahead and spray my fabric and my batting. Center batting best you can. All right. Yes, that was me throwing the box down. Holy my breath. Recording will be... Sorry. Go ahead and lay this down. Oh, it looks amazing. Amazing. All right, I have Cool Mint in. Let me slide this on. It's 2 minutes of stitching. And here we go. Wait. Okay. It is doing the outline stitch. So I didn't look at my screen. Outline stitch, skip it. That's what you want to see. You want to see your quilting stitches. Baby your fabric. And then we'll repeat. I'm going to have to find some more big pieces of muslin. Hopefully I have them. Let me go look right now. Oh yeah, got another nice big long strip. And if I want, I could continue to use my 9.5 by 9.5 and hoop from left to right. But I think it's because this is where the waist is, top and bottom, it makes more sense to go vertically. Doesn't it? Let me think about that. I think it makes more sense to go vertically. But you can snug in really easily going left and right. So we'll do one or the other. Beautiful. Another windmill done. We've got one left. I'm going to hoop up in my 9.5 by 14. Here, we can do it right here on my big old ottoman because it's a nice, this is where I've been sitting. I know it's a little unorthodox, but that way I can sit with the dogs. The things we do. The things we do that make no sense. But does it make more sense for us to go up and... I think it makes more sense for us to go up and down. Doesn't it? Or does it make more sense for us to go left and right? Let me look at my next hooping. So we are going to do flying geese. Those are 4x6. Maybe we will go large flying geese and then 2x6. Why don't we go the other way if it fits? Let me grab my 9x9. We have a little waist, top and bottom, but okay, here are my two windmills. Let's see if this fits my... Ooh, it's as though this was cut for my 9x9. My 9.5 by 9.5, huh? Doesn't it look like it was? Pull inward. Make sure it's nice and flat. Do you see that? I'm going to slide this on my machine. And we're going to do the next one. Same design, fluff your fabric here on the right side. Just make sure nothing gets curled under. It's going to start from the very beginning again, which we don't want to do. We want to go to that one, the background placement. Make sure that it's turquoise. Make sure it's right where it needs to be. And go ahead and hit start. You might not have that feature on your machine. You might have to hit the arrows. Oh, you know what? Now, we want to utilize all of this. We don't want to waste that, right? So we're going to take the design. We're going to scoot it all the way left. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to go back to the very beginning. I can hit the 0. Make sure you cut your thread. And we're going to say, okay, in this screen, we can still move. Scoot it all the way over. There we go. And now we're going to have to say, okay. That's where you go forward and backward stitches. And you can use the arrows. There, I'm to the orange. That's the tack down for the batting. That is your, that's where you're going to stitch for your background. And make sure you fluff this fabric and it doesn't get sewn under. Now we have little waist. Okay, I'm going to spray my last piece of batting and my last windmill. And then we're going to get ready to do the we're going to get ready to do our, where's my spray? To do our flying geese. I'm spraying over here. That way I don't have to breathe it in. I'm at my cut table. All right, here we go. I need to pull this forward so I can see it. If you need to, grab onto the part where it attaches, because what you don't want to do is just push it on and move that, because that will knock your design out of calibration. Got it? Good. Okay, again, when you slide it on, you want to put your hand here and hold it and then slide this into it. Some of these are snug, like my 9.5 by 9.5 is pretty snug. All right, skip the next step. That's the tack down for your background fabric. We don't need to do that. You want the quilting stitches, the loops, and go ahead and start. Baby your fabric. Looks like my bobbin didn't catch. Okay, gotta check it out, see what's going on. I have plenty of bobbin thread in there. Just redo it. It's not worth it. Oh my God, it's dirty. Don't look, look away. I want you to look away. Don't look at how dirty it is in there. All right, I'm just gonna take this, make that a little longer. Okay, I got to go to the beginning of that color to do that. This goes forward to the next color. That goes back to the beginning of the color you're on. Hit it again and it goes to the previous color. If you're watching these videos, unfortunately, I do not have any more kits left. I know. I mean, we cut the kits and like, it was a lot of work. When you buy the kits and they make them, those machines cut 80 layers at a time. So can you imagine like the difference between us cutting them, hand cutting them at the store, and having a machine that cuts 80 layers at a time? So it was really labor intensive. I'm sure we lost money on the kits. I know it seemed expensive, but it was a lot of work. I just really have been dreaming about doing this one for so long. Look at that little outie there. Fun. Is this not the like just such a fun quilting pattern? I love it. All right, next thing we're going to do, we are going to do the large flying geese. go ahead and you're going to get your fabric, which is going to be this little pack right here. So you're going to grab this, and then we're also going to grab your 4x6 pieces. So we're going to be grabbing these right here. I'm going to do 2 at a time. We're going to do them over on this side, and then we'll do the next set over next to it. I'm trying to think of what else. Is there anything else we need to worry about? And then what we're going to do, I'm going to try and start these two, but that's also what we're going to work on Monday. All right, let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to rehoop. Hey everyone, Jeannie from A1 Vacuum and Sewing, and I'm getting ready to stitch out the flying geese from Hello Sunshine. So I just finished up the quilting for the traditional piece blocks, and what I'm going to do is I am in my 9.5 by 9.5. I'm going to go ahead and pop this out. I'm going to scoot this over. Sometimes I run it up and down, and sometimes I run it left to right. There is no right or wrong way. Sometimes if you have designs and you're scooting this way and you're using up this much space, then it's better to go left to right. But sometimes it's better to run it up and down. And I just happen to have this piece of muslin in my stash, and hang on, I just want to make sure I can get it in here. There we go. Okay. You have about 1/2 inch of no-sew on the left and the right. About 1.5 inches top and bottom. That looks nice and snug. I'm going to go ahead and put this on my machine. Let's do the 2 large first. What you're going to need is... Oh shoot, hang on. I'm going to turn this off and back on again because I pushed my arm up. And I just don't want to knock it off calibration. So these are going to be the large ones. Your batting pieces for the large flying geese are going to be 4x6. We're going to be doing 2 of these, so you should have 2 4x6 pieces. And this is wrong. I got to change this. This is going to be quilt after. Whoop! Good thing I didn't send it out to you like that. So for the flying geese, you are going to lay the batting down, and then it'll do the template on it. And then you'll do the piecing, and the last thing you'll do is the quilting on top of everything. So that should say quilt after. Do I have a pen that I can use? This is quilt last. Quilt last. Okay, that's better. Machine is on and ready to go and calibrating. Let's come on over to the machine. Wake up, sweet machine. Whoop. All right. Go ahead and put this in. This is what I'm talking about. When you slide these on, these are tight. My 9.5 by 9.5 is tight, so hold it here. So when you push this on, you don't push that arm up as well. Fluff your fabric. Make sure nothing is folded under. And let's go ahead and load our design. So we are going to do, okay, looks like we're going to do loops 4x6. So let's load the design first. Embroidery pocket. Loops is from Clear Blue Tiles. Oh, and I also did put in a folder that's just loops. So loops, and we're going to do 4x6. Here's 4x6. Let's go ahead and set it. And then we're going to load our design, which are flying geese. So I'm going to touch add. I'm going to go back to my USB, and I'm looking for Hello Sunshine. And that is a traditional piece block. I don't think so. That's not traditional. Applique block, chenille. Well, maybe they're calling it traditional piece. Yeah, they are. So here we go. To me, traditional piecing is actually doing it on the machine and you sewing it out. But that's what they're calling it. You want to leave it centered just like it is. Don't try and touch it now. Just touch embroidery. It will combine it. Embroidery. I already have my hoop size selected. I'm going to actually turn that over. So I'm going to go layout, rotate. The whole thing will rotate as one. And my hoop is on so it won't go outside the embroidery field. Oh, you know what? I don't know if this is going to work. I need to make a copy. Return. Let's make a copy. Edit. I'm going to group it so it doesn't make a copy of just one thing. This is your grouping button. This isn't on all the machines, but I know it looks like 3 buttons. It's really just one, and this will group. So it's going to group my quilting design with my, it's going to do my quilting design with my pieced block. So now it's all pink, and now I can make a copy of both. But I don't think I have enough room. Yeah. Yes, it's too big. Okay, plan B. We're going to rehoop in the 9.5 by 14. Or actually, these are 4 by 6. Let's go 5 by 7. We'll just do we want to do one at a time? 4 by 6. 4 by 6. Can we do it any other way? I'm not going to do it in my 9.5 by 14 because I can't put them next to each other. And then I'm going to be wasting a whole bunch. So I'm going to go 5 by 7. I will be right back. I'm going to rehoop. All right. So here is my obsession, my 5 by 7. And I'll change that in the spreadsheet. Sometimes I envision things and they don't always work out. It's okay. It's okay. So I think you can see how many magnets. So that's going to be one big one. The side that dips down is the side that goes facing into the hoop. Oop. I like these because you can lift them off. I mean, they have a strong magnet, but they're not quite like... Oh, look, you can pull the I call them bubbles. There we go. We are hooped up and ready. I'm going to slide this on the machine. Before I slide on the machine, because it has the design up here, I don't want it to tell me I need a bigger hoop. I'm going to go ahead and just delete one. Okay, so we're going to go okay, and it's grouped, so I'm going to ungroup because I don't want to delete the whole thing. Or can I just delete this one? Let's see if it lets me just delete that one. Yep. All right, I'm going to take this. Whoops. Let's undo that. Let's just go move center. Okay, and then we're going to go 5 by 7. 5 by 7. Okay. I'm going to hit embroidery so that it combines them. And I don't have to hit all the buttons. Layout, rotate. There we go. Now we're good to go. Now I'm going to slide my hoop on because I don't want it to give me that message that I need to put a different hoop on, that the design is too large. This slides on so easily. We're going to say okay. We're going to go to this button so we can fast forward and skip steps. First step we are going to do, and the first step is going to be placement stitch for the batting. And we need to do that because we are going to be piecing on top of that. So I'm just going to go ahead and hit start. I'm going to give my batting a little shot of spray. If I can find it. And get my spray tan because I don't need a lot of room. Gotta know where my batting is. Let me find it. Losing things is my superpower. Oh, I see it. I see it. I see it. I'm so good at it. I'm so efficient at it. I'm going to just give my... And usually I try and mention, I don't think I've been even talking about it, but most of the time I use my dime spray tent, which is this right here. It's like a collapsible little tent. I put my piece in here, and then I use this spray, which is good and old KK100. It's my favorite. I am not a taper. I'm a sprayer for sure. You don't have to get crazy with this. I always tell people, it is not Aquanet in the 80s. Don't go crazy. Just lay it down. And the next step, stretch that up a little bit. It didn't go all the way. Okay, we're going to skip the next step. Next step is, that's going to be tack down for the batting, and then you can trim, but we've already cut ours to size. That's the background fabric. We're not putting background fabric down right now, and we are not tacking it down, and we are not doing the quilting. That's going to be the very last step. We are doing that step. That's going to be your template, and we need that. You've got to watch your foot. Just make sure it doesn't pick up your batting and do all sorts of weird stuff with it. Push it over. So just get your finger here ready, just in case you need to stop it. And it's just showing the template. You can see my batting's a little bit over the edge. That's okay. Don't worry about it. That's where you got to be careful. Oop. I'm going to stop it. See how my foot's under? I'm going to lift that up, put that back down. And you know, you don't really need any more than that. So I'm just going to go ahead and hit my cut button. There's all that stitching left. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to go to the next step. And now we'll follow the instructions in our Hello Sunshine book. Okay, here we go. First thing it wants you to do is it wants you to put down, and here are the steps. And I'm not going to be referring, well, I'm going to refer to this, but I'm going to just be showing you what we're doing. So you can have your book near you. First piece you're going to put down is going to be one of the confetti pieces. This is one of the new fabrics from Kimberbell. It's super cute. I'm going to give a little shot of spray on the back side. Just a little spritz. You're going to cover over this bottom triangle. Just make sure you cover the whole thing. Oh, should I move that up? And now it wants to do, the next one is going to be a placement trim line. And it's just going to sew a diagonal. Just go ahead and sew that. And you want to get out your snips. Whoop. How about you see that, huh? Let me grab my snips. I love my Famore snips. They're my favorite. Hopefully I can find them in my big basket of junk. There they are. You're going to trim to the right top of that line. Trim close to the stitch line. I'll just pull this back a little bit so you can see. Right here. And where you don't have a line, just pretend it extends all the way out to you. Okay. Trash. Now we're going to go ahead and we're going to lay down our next piece. And our next piece is going to be one of the red pieces. And all the red pieces are the same size. So I am going to give it a little shot of spray to the back side. Even though we're going to put it down right side to right side, spray the back side. I'm going to spray a couple of them. So I have two of them. So I have these two pieces right here. I'm going to spray the back side so that we can flip and fold and we don't have to spray in the hoop. All right. It's a little sticky. So what we're going to do is, I should probably show you this. We're going to lay down this piece. We're going to center it to the stitch line. My stitch line is from here to here. So make sure you center this to the stitch line. You're putting it right side down, and your machine is going to sew your 1/4 inch seam allowance. I'm going to hold the fabric down because your foot, sometimes the fabric, because I put a little spray on it, wants to stick to the bottom of the foot, and you don't want that to happen. So I'll just kind of hold it down a little bit. I'm going to take this and fold it back because I have it sprayed. It's just going to stick there. I'm going to put it under here. I'm going to give it a little fingernail press. And I'm just going to fold this back, and it's going to stay because I sprayed it. Okay? Now we're going to do our next piece. It's going to be your trim line placement line. It's a trim line first. Oh my goodness, it's so cute already. Okay, get your little snips out. You're going to trim it. And that's all we're going to do. It's pretty easy. It's repetitive. I'm going to pull this back, trim it. What happens if you're too far left or too far right? I would unstitch it and redo it. You want to make sure you're centered to that line. Straight line. There we go. Grab your next piece. I already sprayed the wrong side of this. See? It's sticky. Center it to the stitch. So have an equal amount of excess fabric on the right and the left side of the stitch. I'm going to slide this back on. I'm going to hold it right here just to let it get started, and over here. Once it stitches down right here, then you can just kind of pull your fabric. Oop. Okay, let me re-thread that. I'm going to go back to the beginning of that stitch. If you're new to your machine, this is how you do it. Let's go ahead and thread. See how it's stuck? All right, this is going to go to the next step. This is going to go to the beginning of the previous step. If you hit it again, it'll go back to the previous step, but we just want to get to the beginning of this. So I'm going to lay my fabric down, make sure there's an equal amount left and right. There is. Okay. Now I'm just going to hold this taut. And it's sprayed. I'm just going to fold it back, fingernail press, and fold back. I'm going to just go ahead, give it a little fingernail press. If you want to iron, you can iron. I know there's a lot of people like to iron. Now it's going to do a straight line across. And you can look at your screen too. Your screen's going to tell you what's happening next. So it's doing the straight line across. Remember, this is your trim line first, and then it becomes your placement line. Once you're done trimming, then you place your fabric. Sometimes it likes to fold that back. So easy, right? And now you're going to get like perfect points on your flying geese. All right, I'm going to bring this forward a little bit so I can trim this. Just go straight across as though it's an imaginary line. I might grab my double curved. I need a little more oomph. Okay, there it is as your placement line. We're going to lay down one of these. I'm going to spray it on the back side again. And I'm going to spray 2 of these because that's going to be the next thing I'm laying down. So let's just spray it all at once. Here's my little spray tent. We'll just give it a little shot. And lay it down. Center it to that line. I have about a little less than, maybe almost a ½ inch on either side. I'm going to hold it down here, let it stitch down this side, and then I'll pull it taut to the right. Now sewing your 1/4 inch seam allowance. Watch out for that horrible black screw. Hang on, I gotta adjust this. There we go. I'm gonna bring this forward a little bit. And I'm gonna fold this back. Give it a little fingernail press. A finger press to me just isn't enough. I need a fingernail press. Oh, I love this fabric. Now it's going to do a diagonal. Slide this back on. Remember, first it's your trim line, and then it's going to be your trim line, and then it's going to be your placement line. I've already sprayed the back of 2 of the pieces that are red. And we're just going to continue on. Very easy. Easy peasy. Okay, these were my first pair, not these in particular, but this style was my first pair of double curve scissors. And when I first found them, I was like, oh my God, all my cutting dreams have come true. I didn't know these existed. I used just those little blue handled scissors that came with the machine for the longest time because I didn't know there was other things out there that even existed. Okay, just place this down. It's sewing my 1/4 inch seam allowance. I did spray this. So I'm going to fingernail press it. Let's just fold it, put it under here. Give it a little fingernail press. And now we're going to do the next line. You can see it on your screen. First, it's the trim. Holy cow, this is so cute. You know, I was nervous about the fabrics because I wanted it to be perfect for you guys. And I think they just look so good. If you did not get a kit, unfortunately, we have no more. I mean, oops, look, I cut the batting. Okay, be careful. Don't cut the batting. If you do cut the batting, hopefully you'll realize it before you cut too much of it. And this does not have to look perfect. Do you see that? That is not perfect. Okay, we're going to lay down our next piece. Center it to your stitch line. I have about 1/2 inch on either side. Place the edge, the raw edge, right on that stitch line because this is going to sew a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Approximately. If it's not a 1/4 inch, it's fine. It will be a 1/4 inch because that's what's digitized. And then you can ooh and ah and go, oh my God, it's so cute, because it is. It is so cute. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Love. Deep love. Okay, it's sewing across. This is your trim placement line. Don't worry about that. Unless it gets, you know, pulled back and sewn back and just looks horrible and messy. All right, here we go. Make sure you're not cutting the batting. I'm doing another set. So I'm spraying one of these, 2 of those. I just love this spray tent because I feel like the aerosol stays in here. Here we go. We're going to lay this down first. Some of you do not like spray. Don't use it. Use whatever makes you happy. Some of you are tapers. Tape. Some of you like to use your folding pen. Use your folding pen. To me, the easiest thing is this spray. That's why I use it. Good old KK100. I love you. All right. And fold it back and press it back. The spray's there, so it's going to hold it. Next, it's going to sew a diagonal line. Trim line first. Are you in love? Okay, sometimes I do blocks and the fabric, something about it just speaks to you. So you're like, oh my goodness, I just am in love. That's how I'm feeling right now. Did I not lay this down well? And grab one of your reds, center it, let it stitch down up here, and then you kind of pull this way and pull it taut. That's going to stitch it down so you don't have to worry about the fabric hopping up. We are almost done. Okay. I love pieced in the hoop flying geese because look at it. Look at my corners. Everything is perfect. Make sure you don't cut your batting, which I did last time. And we want that to stay down. Here we go. Last piece. And then it'll do an outline stitch, center it to that stitch, raw edge right on the line. Watch out for that screw. Get your hand out of the way. Don't let it get you. Okay, last thing it's going to do is it's going to do an outline stitch. Go ahead and do your outline stitch. Make sure it's a contrasting color. Hopefully it's not red. You want it a contrasting color so you can fussy cut to it. Ooh, I didn't leave a lot right there, did I? And then we're going to put in, I'm just going to put in white. White lives on top of my machine. Let me write it in here that I'm using white. Or should we use the red? I'm going to use white. So now you have to go back and do the quilting. Oh my goodness. There's a lot going on in the neighborhood. So our neighbors' grandkids are here. And so they're playing out in their driveway and screaming. That is driving my dogs crazy. And then the dogs across the street are barking. That's driving my dogs crazy. And it doesn't take much, right? My dogs like to just freak out. Okay, I want you to look at your screen. Because right now it's back to batting placement. We don't need that. We want to get right here to the green. I'm going to touch right here in the orange. And now I can confirm I can see the quilting. And let's go ahead and quilt. And you don't have to hold anything down. It's right where it needs to be. And it's the cutest thing you've ever seen in your entire life. I'm going to write in here white. Wasn't that fun? Come on, that was so much fun. We're going to do it again. So we have 2 of these, and then we have 2 of the little ones. And the little ones, I think, are both gonna, I think they'll fit in one hooping. They're 2 inches by 6 inches, so let's see if they do. Does that just look like good times? Oh my goodness. I just love it. Love, love, love. All right, let's rehoop. Coming over here. You can see the big burn mark in my mat. It's okay, it still works. Just look. Just hello. Yes, you are so cute. Look, we have about 1.5 inches of, a little over 1 inch of no-sew. This is good to pay attention to, right? Do you just love this hoop? A lot of you have gotten it. We're going to be doing another big sale. Did I not put one on there? 1, 2, or just, am I so good I just didn't even realize it? Here we go. Yeah. Okay, gonna pull this down. Oh, it looks like it's like distorting a little bit, so there we go. All right, hooped. Let's put it on the machine, and we're gonna do the whole thing all over again. I need my batting first. Here it is. Here's my piece of batting. Okay. Whoop. This is hitting my spray. That's what you're hearing. How about I tidy up a little bit too? It's a little out of control here. We're going back to the very beginning. Just hit 0. And I'm just going to leave. I just have white thread in there, but you'll see it. Or should I put my, you know what? I'm going to put my Cool Mint. Because we're leaving it in. The whole thing happened in Cool Mint. Did you notice that? It's kind of nice to just have a color we can see for some of this stuff. Cool Mint. Okay, first thing it does, placement line for your batting. Grab your batting, give it a little shot of spray. Wrong side, which is the nubbier side. Wrong side because it's going down towards the batting. It would be the right side if it was going towards your fabric. And you should have another set of these. So we're going to grab one of these first, and then 2 of the reds. 2 reds. There we go. Okay, gonna skip steps. We're skipping all of these and we're going right to the charcoal. The charcoal is, this is still in the quilting. Because see, I can push anywhere in the design. So I'm trying to touch towards the end to get near my quilting. There's your template stitch. Remember, you don't have to stitch out the entire template. Watch your foot. Make sure your foot doesn't get caught. So pull this down. Oop, look at that. We don't like that. Foot up. I'm just going to do that so it's not pulling it up. So watch that foot. And you just need a general idea where it's going to go. Honestly, you could just do that one right there and not do any more of that. Let's just stop. Because you know where it's going to go. You're going to have those placement lines. Let's not drag our batting around. We just want it for the very first one. Okay, we're going to skip the rest of that. Saves us a bunch of time. I'm just going to touch in here. I'm still on my template. I'm going to touch the down arrow. Now we have that step right there. The first thing we're going to do is we are going to put down one of these pieces. We just want that first triangle. One of those, 2 of these. 1, 2. Spray it. Say it, don't spray it. Remember being in grade school or even middle school or even high school or maybe even with your husband yesterday when you're like, can you please say it? Don't spray it. Okay, here we go. Cover that triangle. I made it go down a little bit more. I don't think I quite was there last time. Okay, first thing it's going to do, we're going to cut to the top right of that. Hopefully that's up far enough. It is, because remember, we have a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Get your scissors. Maybe you're double curved. Oh my God. I was just thinking about that. Say it, don't spray it. I mean, how many obnoxious things did we say? Okay, lay this down. You are never spraying on the right side of your fabric. Always the wrong side. I'm going to center it to that placement stitch. Now let's stitch it down. And I'm going to hold it down over here. There we go. I mean, the whole thing is 6 minutes of stitching. Everything, with all the placements lines, with the batting placement, with all the quilting. Okay, now we're going to do this one. It's going to sew this way, diagonal. This is your trim, tack down. You can tickle your fabric a little bit, make sure everything's where it's supposed to be. Easy peasy. Here's your trim line first. Don't cut your batting underneath like I did. What's great about double curved is this curve here should allow to go away. When you have the straight flat ones, then it gets caught in your batting more, right? This way it curves away from the batting, even though I did catch it. Okay, lay down your fabric. Make sure it's evenly spaced, left and right of your placement line. It's sewing your 1/4 inch. 1/4 inch seam allowance. Watch that black screw right there. I know a lot of people bought Hello Sunshine and you've had it in your collection for years. That's why we're doing this, because we want you to use your stuff. I do not like stuff sitting on the shelf unused. Makes my heart sad, especially if we sold it to you. Don't worry about that. Okay, you're going to trim right above that line. That's your trim line first. Trim to the stitch. Then we're going to place. And we're going to, let's spray another set of fabric. 1 of the white confetti and 2 of the red. White confetti and 2 red. That's what she said. And then we embroidered, hello sunshine, you're so beautiful. Yeah, that's, if you stitch with me, you will have to put up with some singing, because I got the music in me. All right, we're going to lay this down. I am self-taught. Those are songs I make up myself, although I do sing some other people's songs. But then I do make up some of my own. You usually will know that they're made up because they're very bad. Very bad songs. It's really me just talking in a singing voice. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Now we're going to go ahead and we're going to do our trim placement line diagonal on the right hand side. And I'm falling in love all over again. I love this one as much, if not more, than the one I just did. Okay. We sprayed, you're going to trim, then you're going to place, and then you're going to sew, and then you're going to flip and fold. Then you're going to do another placement line, then you're going to trim, then you're going to place, then you're going to flip and fold. So we placed, we sewed. Now we're going to flip and fold. Or fold and flip. Now we're going to sew. Well, we're sewing our placement line. Trim line. Sew your trim line. Trim your trim line. This is one that wants to like, okay, make sure the tips of your scissors are facing up so you don't cut what you don't want to cut. Then you're going to place. I've already sprayed this, see? Place. Then you're going to sew your 1/4 inch seam allowance. And then you're going to fold and flip. No, you're going to flip. And you know what I mean. Okay, one more set left. Go ahead and fold it back. Okay. Here, this is your trim line. And here's my last set. I'm going to spray the backs of these. Always the backs, never the front. You're never spraying the right side of your fabric. Okay, you trim your trim line. We're going to place this one first. And make sure the edge is on the line that was just sewn and an equal amount of excess fabric to the left and the right. I mean, it doesn't have to be precise. Like you can see, I probably have a 1/4 inch there and 1/2 inch there, but you get the gist. Fold it back. Finger press so it's nice and crisp, and then push it back. Now we're going to do our next trim line. Patrick is mountain biking right now, kind of near the store, or not near the store, but the store is on his way. So I was like, Patrick, please, can you please grab me a bolt of muslin? Trim it, place it, stitch it, fold it. How's that? Is that catchy? Trim it, place it, sew it. So now we're sewing it and fold it. Fold it back. Nice crease. Push it backward, and let's do our last one, and then it'll be the outline stitch. So I'm hoping to do the flying geese today, and then tomorrow we're going to start with some of the simple applique blocks. So we're going to do like the cupcakes, the ice cream cones, the kites. Going to do all of those. And I think we're doing well. I do need to cut another background block. There was something that I didn't have enough of. Okay, trim it, place it. Okay, here we go. There's that. That's the black screw I keep telling you about. That's so painful when it gets you. Probably not as painful as the needle. You know, sometimes some people come and they're like, the needle got me. Fold it. Okay, last thing we're going to do is the outline stitch. Let's do it right now. Oh my goodness. I love you, block. I wanted to have this one go a little further down because I feel like it got pushed back a little bit. There we go. And then I'm going to put my white in. We're going to do the quilting, and then we're ready for this small flying geese. And then you know what I'm going to do? This gets put away until tomorrow. I'm going to do quilting through the seasons embellishments. Okay, here we go. Because people are like, are you going to do the embellishments? I need them. Yes, I'm going to do them. I'm not, it's like I'm a Navy SEAL, but not. I'm a Kimberbell SEAL. No embroiderer left behind. I'm trying. I'm really trying. Okay, here we go. Oh! Uh-oh. Did you see? I didn't even look at my screen. Let's go ahead and put my foot up. This is not what we want. I have to probably rip out that stitch. Look at your screen. That brings us back to placement for the batting. We don't need that. We want the green, which is the quilting. So I'm going to press in here. And I'm still in the orange. There's my quilting. Just confirm that's what you see on your screen. And now, whoops. I just need to make sure this isn't caught. There. Here we go. Okay. Clean up this mess, you dirty embroiderer. Talking to myself. That's not going anywhere. You don't really have to watch it like you do the other blocks that aren't secured down on the edges. All right. That is beautiful. We are done with this block, believe it or not. So here are our two large flying geese. Let's go ahead and rehoop. I don't think I have enough room here, so I'm just going to go ahead. That's just going to go in the trashy trash. But let's rehoop, and we're going to do the other ones. I'm hoping they'll fit in here, but I'm not sure if they will, because it's going to be 2.5 by 2.5. Yikes. If it's not going to fit, we're going to go into our... Should I go? I'm going to go 7 by 12. Yes, I am. Let's see if it's going to work first. Let's load it before we hoop, because last time we hooped and it didn't fit. So it was a waste of time. Let me... Hang on. Yeah, I haven't cleaned up in a little bit. It's looking a little rough around here. Oh, here's my other pair. Okay, home. So for the other ones, we are doing 2x6 loops. Let's go embroidery. We're going to go pocket, loops, block by block, 2x6, set. And then we're going to add. And we're going to get this small flying geese. It's in Hello Sunshine. And just, it's going to come in centered. Traditional piece block. Small set. That is 2.75. We only have 5 by 7. So we can either go into 2.75 is going to be 5.5, right? So let's go 6 by 10. I think 6 by 10 is going to be the best hoop. Let's go home, pick our hoop size, 6 by 10, say okay. We're going to put them here and here. So this first one, let's go ahead and group it. Let's make a copy, right? So we got to group it. Nope, let's do this. We're going to group those two. Let's just say okay. We'll do one at a time. So I'm going to go embroidery. It's grouped. I'm going to go layout, move, and let's move it up here to the upper left-hand corner. And I want to do the other one too. How do I do that? How do I do that? Layout. I don't think I can. I have to do this one first and then do it on the other side. That's what we're going to do. Okay. Layout, move. I don't have my hoop on there. I am going to re-hoop. Let me go grab my stuff. Change of plans. I'm going 7 by 12 and I'm going to flip it. I'm going to take them and do them this way. Right? Because I think that's like even better option. And you know, I'm completely obsessed with these hoops, with these like magnetic hoops. I love them. I love them. All right, let me get my magnets. So 2 smalls, 2 larges. 2 smalls, top and bottom. Hopefully you guys can see. It's nothing fancy to even see. Nothing to see here. Move along. I think Patrick was sad today because Kai chose to go to the beach with his little friends instead of climb with him. And then I made Patrick go on the girls' hike with me and my girlfriends. Whoops! That didn't look good, right? Did that look better? Let me hold it back. Let's hold it back. Can I do it okay? All right, I need 2 more bigs. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Gotta reach. And big one here. And big one here. There we go. Looking good. We're just going to snug those right up here. We have all the rest of this that we can use. But I'm going to load them one at a time because they have to be centered and there's no like lines that I can really see to center them. Here we go. I had somebody tell me that I gave them vertigo and I'm so sorry. I want like, Patrick and I keep talking about, you know, different ways that we can film. And at some point we will upgrade our filming system. We're going to make it fancy. I'm going to be like a real YouTuber. Okay, so I'm on the layout page, which means I can take this. First of all, let's go ahead and change to my other hoop, 7 by 12, the hoop that I'm obsessed with. And then I'm going to take this, layout, rotate, and then let's go center and then scoot it up. And I think that's best. And it shouldn't go outside. Oh, it did. Oh, you know why it went outside? I wasn't hooked in. So let me go center again. Let's hook in. And then this is magical. If your hoop is on, your machine knows it's on. And now when I go to move it all the way up to the very top. Here, do you want to see it and hear it at the same time? Knock, knock. Can't go any further. It's like magic. Okay, I'm going to put my Cool Mint back in just because I like it. Cool Mint is just cuter than white. Although, if I had to choose a color that one over the other for the rest of my life, I'd have to go white. Like, white goes with everything. But if I had to do a list of favorite all-time colors, cool mint would be on there and not white. Or maybe white would be there. What's the great color when you can't make up your mind? Okay, let's grab our other bag of yummy little pieces. Now, before you had 3 each flying goose. It had 3 sections, right? Each one of these is going to have 5, so it's going to take a lot longer. But there's still only 2 of them. And where's my book? This is what they look like. I'm not even going to be referring to the book because we know what we're doing. I'm just going to, it's white and 2 black, white and 2 black, white and 2 black. And there's 6. All right, buckle in. This is going to take a while. Okay, first thing we're going to do is we're going to put down our batting. And again, remember what we learned from doing the last one? We really just need that first triangle. I don't even know if you really need it. But we're going to do it. Here's your batting. It should be 2 inches by 6 inches. I'm going to spray the wrong side. Not even going to show you my spraying anymore, what I'm laying down. You know the drill. Batting first. Batting only. Lay it down right inside of that square. Now template. Let's skip steps. Let's get out of this screen. And template is going to be the charcoal. Oh, you know why it won't let me touch in there? I have to go down here. This is where it lets you go forward and backward stitches and whole colors. So if it didn't let you do that, you weren't in the right page. Now you should see the template. All we want is the very first triangle. Make sure it's not pushing your fabric around. If it is, you're going to stop it. Oh, it did a little bit, right? My batting. Here we go. You get the gist though, right? Stop. I'm going to go ahead and cut. We don't need any more. We just want to know where to put our first white triangle. And I'm going to skip the rest of that. And I'm going to get right into the piecing. Oh my goodness, there's a lot. Okay, spray. I'm going to spray a whole bunch. I'm going to work like, let's just do 3 because they're small. And make sure you're doing the right side because this is tone on tone. And then I'm going to do 3 whites, and hopefully I can fit 6 of these in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to put that all in my spray tent. 3, 4, 6. 1, 2, 3. I know I said I wasn't going to show you, but that's what I have in here. I'm going to give it all a good little spray. But remember, we're going to, don't go crazy on the spray. You know, it doesn't have to be crazy. There we go. This one, going to go right side down, but everything else we're going to put right side up because we're going to be piecing in the hoop. Here we go. All right. Get your scissors. The orientation's different because orientation is different because I took my design and I rotated it. Okay. That trim. Place. Right side down, wrong side up, center to that line. 1/4 inch seam allowance. And then fold it back. Okay. Here's your trim line. scissors, point the tips upward. You don't want it cutting the batting. That doesn't have to be cut perfectly. Lay down another one, right centered to that placement line. Let it stitch it down on one side, pull it taut to the other side. Once it's stitched down, don't start pulling right away. And there's your 1/4 inch seam allowance. Okay, one set down, 4 to go. You got to do that 4 more times. Okay, this is your trim line. And you could have yours vertical, right? I think this is just how it fits best for me. Once we do this, we're going to do it one more time. Okay, I'm going to pull this towards me so I can see it. Okay, another yellow one. Wrong side up, right side down, centered. Let me slide my hoop back on. Ooh, you know what you should do is make sure that your white definitely covers your black entirely, or else you'll get a little bit of shadowing through there. See how you can see that? And I don't think I can trim it back any further than that. So I might put my fabric up a little bit more. As long as it's not going to affect the top of this. Let's see if it will. Oh yeah, we can totally do that. Just something to keep in mind. You don't want that black shadowing through, which I can see it right now. Live and learn. Okay, that's your trim line. Now we're going to place. Centered to that. Now it's going to sew the 1/4 inch. Trim, then place. And then fold it back. Okay, now it's going to do your second trim and placement line. Your second diagonal one. Trim, then you're going to place. Sorry. Get one of your sprayed pieces, place it down, center it to that line. I'm going to slide my hoop back on. I'm going to let it sew it down, and I'm going to, whoops, I know you can see my hand. Sorry, I'll get my hand out of the way so it's not blurry. All right, let's go ahead and fold it back. Fingernail press it. And now we're going to do the line that for the next section. Okay, here we go. And we're going to trim this back as close as we can. And then when we place the next white one, because we don't want to see that shadowing through, we're going to be mindful about placing the white covering that. And I think we'll have plenty of room, because look how tiny those little white triangles are after we sew everything that we need to sew around it, right? It's just teeny tiny. this. And this. Let's get that guy out of the way too. Let's get it all. All right. I'm going to take the sprayed piece, and instead of putting it to the line, I'm going to go just over the black. I mean, it's what, another 1/8 of an inch? You'll be fine. But that way you're not going to get any shadowing through. Except maybe these dark threads right there. Okay, there we go. I mean, you'll get some white on white shadowing through, but that's better than white on black. And you can see the little strip of black right here. Don't stare at it. I'm sorry. Just look away. Don't look at it. Let's go ahead. I don't think you even have to trim that. Okay, black piece down. Right side up, centered. Let it stitch it down right there, and then pull it taut the opposite direction. Oh, that didn't stitch. Hang on a second. Always hit the cut just in case some of it did stitch. We're going to have to do that one again. I don't know why it didn't catch. Let's check our bobbin. When in doubt, just go ahead and reset your bobbin. And you know what? I've been talking about servicing my machine for like 6 months. I'm going to, after tomorrow, I'm going to go ahead and seriously just put it in the car. Okay, I'm going back to the beginning of that. And this will take me to the beginning of that. Hopefully it'll catch this time. Yeah. Nothing's wrong. Sometimes stuff like that just happens. Okay, second diagonal. And then we're halfway done with this one. If we were doing more larges, they'd already be done. Or actually, this would be the last of it, and then they'd be done. But you know what? It's nice to have the contrast, right? Like little, big, great different colors. And this is my last sprayed piece. You're going to center it to that. It's black on top of that, so you don't have to worry about anything shadowing through. Sorry, my hand is in the way. Alrighty. And look at, he's not even in there. I'm going to give this a little clean out. So I'm just going to pull this off. And I'm going to get a little brushy brush. Where are they? And just clean it out a little bit. This right here is really dirty. And I'm going to pause the video while I go ahead and clean this area out. I will see you back in just a minute. Okay, cleaned out. Not perfectly, but enough. I'm going to go back to the beginning of that stitch. I reset my bobbin, and hopefully it will be okay. I'm going to put my fabric back down again. Let's do my 1/4 inch seam allowance. Let's go ahead and fold this back. Give it a nice fingernail press. We're going to do, so we are halfway there with this one. Let's trim it. Trim nice and close as you can. I'm going to put this over here so it's not in my way. The camera arm sits between me and the machine and everything I need to do, so it's always in the way. Okay, remember, we're going to lay down our white, and I've got to spray my next grouping. So let's stick them in here. Front and back, 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 and back. And all of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, let's spray them all. Okay. We're going to put this down and we're going to go over that line. So we don't get any shadowing. Because we've smartened up, haven't we? And everything off the batting that might shadow through too, get it? Okay, let's trim. We're going to place a black piece down, right side up and centered to this trim line, which now becomes your placement line. You don't even have to trim that. That won't even be part of the equation. It'll be trimmed out. Fold it back. Nice finger press. It should stay down because I've already sprayed it. And we'll do this side. Don't cut the batting underneath. Kind of pull it back a little bit so you can see. There we go. Black piece. Center it to that. I feel good because it's 12:30. A lot of times I don't even get going until now. And then I'm going to go straight into Quilting Through the Seasons. My Falling into Autumn isn't done. I don't even know what it is. I think it's almost done. The other thing I want to do for Quilting Through the Seasons is I want to finish my back. I'm piecing my back. Maybe I should film that and then do like time elapsed or something. But you know how there's always so many leftover pieces? I like to do a scrappy back and use all of those up. Because I just get overwhelmed with all of the pieces. And I think you probably do too. Okay. We're going to put our white piece down. We're going to cover over the black that's peeking out. Don't worry too much about like over here, like outside of the batting. The batting is going to be like your trim line. Look at that little piece of ick. Let's get that out of there. Fold it back. I'll finger press. Here we go. Oops, sorry about that. Let's trim it. Black piece, centered, down, tack it down. It's hard to believe the actual sewing time is 7 minutes because we've probably been going for, I have no idea. So far, I've been filming for 1 hour and 16 minutes, and that is the 2 large ones and then this one. So I'm going to guess 2 hours by the time we're done with the other one. This is just a lot of flipping and folding, but it's precise. It's beautiful. You don't have to think too hard. And I wish I could sell you stuff to go with this, but I can't. We can no longer get the designs. You're going to have to find it online through whatever retailer you can, which is nice. Support your retailers. And then the fabric kit, we made, I don't know if we made like, maybe we made 80 total. Made 80 total. We could kind of curate another one. What do you think? Would that be fun? We could do another 80. But before we do that, I think what we would do, Broomhilda's, but not right now. Oh my goodness, not right now. Because Pumpkins and Potions coming out. One of my friends is stitching it out for us. And she brought in some of the blocks. And I was like, oh my God, it is so cute. But I'm seriously thinking about Broomhilda's. We did like curate a small grouping of them. I think we did like maybe 8 of them when Kimberbell came out with their last line of Halloween fabrics. But if we do it, wouldn't it be nice to like everyone be able to participate? All right. Last set. Here goes our white one. Make sure you have it over the black so there's no shadowing. You want to just see the white under the white. See these little black threads? Get rid of those too. Two more pieces and we are done with this one. We'll just have to do the outline stitch. Okay, last one. Oh my God, I'm excited. This was a lot of flipping and folding. Because how many pieces did we have to do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Is that right? Yes, 17. Because the first one we didn't have to flip and fold. We just laid it down. Oh my God, am I sounding tired? Because I'm getting tired of this. I'm getting tired of this. There's just so many pieces. Last one. Don't complain. What is wrong with you? How lucky are you that you could just flip and fold all of these? This is me talking to me. I talk to myself all the time. My kids think I have multiple personalities. Because I'll be like, Jeannie. Like I address myself. Okay, we are going to do the outside. Wait till we like put it down. It's going to be absolutely gorgeous. And we are going to do the quilting stitch. And I feel like we should do something kind of fun. Do you think? Because I don't think we should do white because the white is just going to blend. We should do something because it's loops that are going to go around it. And you know what? I'm just going to do that. Or should we do a pink? Let me look. Where's this going to go? We could do orange or green. How about green? Maybe green's not so aggressive. I'm going to do green. Let's do green. Or we could do pink. Pink would look beautiful too. I just want to pick the right pink. Like taffy? You want to do taffy? Taffy is always the right pink. Ugh! I can't reach it. The green we were using was it clover? Let me go get it. How about green? I think that's going to be fun. Alrighty. So I'm going to do clover and I'll write that in. Red, sometimes that's too aggressive for me. Or the pink would have been really cute too. I just hit, now remember, we're going to have to go to our quilting stitch, which is going to be the green. You want to see it? Which I see it. And let it stitch. There, I think that was a good choice. And if you want with the other one, you can go ahead and do pink. I love it. That was a good choice. So we're going to do clover and or let's do taffy. Love it. That was a good choice. And we are done with that. Now we're going to do the next one right here. Don't cut right to the stitch. You don't want to do that because what if you need some of that fabric there? So I'm just going to go ahead and lift up and we're just going to cut about 1/4 of an inch. Okay? That way we know that we're going to have enough fabric. There we go. I'm not worried about these threads down here. We are going to repeat. If you have a machine that takes a picture, you can take the picture, which is what I'm going to do. But if you don't, I'm going to show you another way that you can make sure that you're not stitching into that. I'm just going to take this and I'm going to go, okay. We're going to take a picture. Camera, scan. This is Luminaire and Solaris. Also, you can do this if you're on a Destiny or a Dream Machine. Just going to take a picture and then we'll move the design down. So we know that it's not overlapping. It's not going to sew into that. There it is. And I'm just going to go ahead and hit close, layout. Oh, it won't let me move. See how it's grayed out? Because I have to be at stitch 0. I'm at stitch 1099. So you're going to go back here. You can go forward and backward stitches. Just go to stitch 0. Now when you say okay and you want to move, those aren't grayed out. So move. Let's just scoot it down. Okay. Let's say you don't have that feature on your machine. You can also do this. You can go okay. You can go here and it'll take you to the very top of your design, or actually let's go here to your pin drop. Or no, let's go here. That's where it'll trace. There. Now that's going to take you to the very top of your design. Look, you can see that you're not going to be in there. Like if your design was higher, it went into the black, it would go into the black. You don't want that. So, you know that you're going to be in the right place. You can do that without any camera. You can just, you could just move the design, just guesstimate that where it would be without hitting what you'd already stitched. And then you're going to go into this screen right here and you're just going to hit the very top center and just see where that needle drop is. And if it's not into this design, then you're good to go. And you can always move it. I'm going to just go back to center again. That's where the center is. If you use these, I forget which one it is. This one, if you move it up here, just make sure you go back to center. It'll take your design to center and not to that top when you do it. I can't remember if it's this one or this one, but just do the same thing. Just go, when you leave there, hit the center mark. Okay, we are ready to go. Same thing that we did before. Let's go ahead and stitch. We're going to stitch the placement line for our batting first. Grab your batting, give it a little shot of spray, get the rest of your pieces. And that is all I'm going to stitch today for Hello Sunshine. This is going to be it because I'm going to move on to Quilting Through the Seasons. And then I'm going to work on Falling into Autumn. And then I'm going to work on, I'm just kidding. I'm not doing all of that. I don't have time. Too much to do because I am also going to do, I'm going to work on, I'm going to finish up Heart and Home wall decor. I'm going to work on that. I'm going to do the quilting in the hoop because a lot of people have never done that before. And that's going to be part of the class that I do after. Okay, here we go. We want to just do the template right here. So we're going to skip all the other steps. And I'm going to go right here to the gray. That's where it stitches out the template. So I'm just going to go, and you can just hit your arrows through all of this. Done, done. There's my template. Did you see what happened last time when we did the template, how it dragged it around a bit? And I didn't like that. If you don't like that, just do this. Here, so you can see both. Go 10 stitches in. Did you see that, how it moved? Here's minus 10. Here's plus 5. Just so it's not dragging that corner around. See? There's ways around everything. Okay, I'm going to stop. I'm going to cut. I just want to know where that is. And I have been ignoring the dogs. I'm going to check on them because, you know, Poppy is a destroyer. Whoops. I'll be right back. I opened the door and there she was, all wiggly, excited. Okay, let's grab our fabric. I'm going to do 6 at a, well, did I do 9 at a time? I did 9 at a time. So I'm going to put these in my spray tent. She is sitting right in front of me. So now I have to reach extra hard and far and you're not going to see it, and I'm going to be limited because we have something in our house called dog law. And so if you're watching TV and the dog is laying on you, the law is you cannot move and disturb the dog. So then everyone else in the house has to do everything for you. So like if Patrick and I are in bed and one of the dogs is sleeping on us, then the other one person has to get toothbrushes for both. We brush our teeth in bed. Okay, I'm just laying my fabric down in my tent. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is what it looks like again. Do you see that? Here we go. Dog law. Actually, I'm sitting on the edge, but I can't move her out of my way because it's dog law. Are we crazy? Is it just me that, like, they own us? I do not own a dog. My dog owns me. Okay. Here we go. Squeaky filming arm. Let's lay down our first piece. I am stretching over Poppy because she owns me. And let's go ahead and do the first row stitching. Ah, she jumped off. Oh, shoot. So guess what I didn't do? I didn't fast forward so it was doing the rest of the template. This is called stitch removing. I'm going to pause this. Okay, stitches are removed. Now what I need to do is I need to get into this part. So I'm not doing the rest of the template. I'm just fast forwarding, and now I can see right there I'm starting with the trim lines. And oh, should I move that up a little bit? I'm going to move that up a little bit because it doesn't seem quite high enough. Move it over a little bit. There we go. Okay, here we go. Oh my goodness. So, you know, our dogs go to daycare and Momo's the dog when they have, he's the dog that I always see with like the handicapped dog, like the 3-legged dog or the dog with one eye. And he's the dog that they use him to, the new dogs that are like, that join, they put Momo with the new dogs. So he's so great there and so bad with us. We did a hike today, and he's usually great off lead. And then today we were coming back from the hike and he was off lead and he ran, and like I was embarrassed. He ran and charged at another dog, which he doesn't normally do that kind of stuff. Oh, it was really stressful. And we had him on his e-collar, and he wasn't responding to stimulation. Anyways, you just don't know, right? So then Poppy got all excited. She's the one that is usually a little more unpredictable. And normally I have him on lead in that whole section. But Patrick was with me and he thought it would be fine. I just don't like being the person with the out of control dog. Okay. Embarrassing. One down, 5 to go. That's one section down. Because there's 6 total, right? Okay. We're going to cut this nice and close. We're going to make sure when we lay down our white fabric, this is Confessions Jeannie's Sewing Confessions. They're actually all my life confessions. Here we go. We're going to lay this down, and you're going to make sure you bump it up a little bit so it covers the black and we don't get any shadowing. When I was going through my treatment, I think I didn't realize like how not well I felt because I could not really stitch all day. Now I'm feeling like, okay, next project, please, bring it on. So you don't realize how bad you feel until you feel better. I think that's it. Black piece, please. Center, lay it down, stitch it down. Here we go. Put it on. Here we go. Need something a little heftier. Black piece. I'm going to have to, if you didn't know this, I'm going to Korea at the end of June. So on the 26th, I'm going to be going to Korea. And the last time I went, I did spend like half a day. It's all I could get from the family. Half a day in like the textile part of the country. But that was it like 8 years ago or something like that? And so, whoop, didn't sew it. Okay, hang on a second. Sometimes I wonder too, because my foot does get a little gummy, and I'll have to clean that off, but I'm just going to go ahead. Look at me, trying to use every last bit of this bobbin. It's okay. Just know, Jeannie needs service bad. I'm going to go back to the beginning of that. I want it to... I don't like when it stitches over something really hard. And maybe I can take you on like a little tour of... Maybe I could go where the fabrics come from, right? Like so much of the fabric that you guys get, it's from Korea. And you know what's ironic is nobody in Korea sews. Like I think people do it as their job, but there is very, very little pleasure sewing in Korea. So when Patrick and I, you know what? I think it must have been 2015 that we went. So when we went, I told my cousin that we were buying a sewing and vacuum store, and he shook his head at me like, no, that is going to not be successful. Because most people in Korea, They're starting to buy vacuums, but most people in Korea don't own vacuums. They sweep. They don't have carpeting. So, oh, wrong. You need white. This is what happens when I talk and I don't think. So number one, nobody has a vacuum. So he thought that that was a very bad idea, that we're going to have a vacuum store. And nobody sews. People don't pleasure sew. So he thought that was a bad idea. Isn't that funny? I mean, my mom made a lot of my clothing. So I think back in the day, people used to sew, but not anymore. There's a lot of fast fashion over there. Everyone's like, why would you want a vacuum sewing store? Wouldn't it be great if I could, I should look into it. Maybe I could tour one of the, it's kind of short notice, right? But wouldn't it be great if I could tour, like a lot of Moda fabric comes from Korea. Okay, one more strip and we are halfway done with this. It is 1:41. So I think last time I looked at the clock, it was like 1:09 or 1:19. All right, hang on. Hold your horses over there. Poppy, wait. She's ringing the bell. And she's making all sorts of, I don't know if you can hear her. Okay, we are halfway through. I'm going to spray the second batch of fabric. I'm going to go let Miss Poppy and Mr. Momo out, and I'll be right back. All right. I already sprayed my fabric. I just laid it in my spray tent and sprayed it and ready to go. Okay, now we're going to trim and place. This is the one that you want to trim nice and close because we want to cover it with our white. Make sure there's no black threads up here either. Those will shadow through too. And lay this, center it, and bump it up just a little bit to cover that. I think you can buy like good jewelry in Korea too. I'm gonna have to look it all up. I wish I had a tour guide. I'm gonna have to see if any of my cousins are available. Okay, trim, and then we're going to place a black piece. We're going to stitch it down, and then we're going to fold it back. And you're always placing the raw edge of your fabric on that trim line, which then becomes the placement line. Okay, fold it back, press it down, and now we're going to do the next diagonal. Trim, place, sew, flip and fold. Whoop! Okay, what just happened there? We didn't like that, did we? I'm going to go back. I'm going to make sure my bobbin is seated right. And you know what? Why don't I... Probably going to change out my bobbin. It's getting near the end. The end, my friend. Okay, we got to go back to the beginning of that. So remember, this goes to the next color. This goes to the beginning of the color that you're on or the previous color, depending on where you're at. If you're one step in, it'll go to the very beginning. Yeah, it just wants to take that fabric and push it. That's okay. I think the tail end is kind of getting stuck on it, but that should be fine. Okay, stitch across. Let's trim that up nice and close to the stitch line. Okay, bump it up a little past that line. I haven't even planned my trip at all. So I was just thinking about it going, yeah, I don't even have a place to stay when I'm in Seoul. I've got a couple of cousins that'll reach out to you. But Patrick every day has been like, have you talked to your cousins? Have you talked to your cousins? And I have not. All right, black piece down. We just have a couple more to go. We have, after this, okay, I'm going to hold it down on both sides because it was getting caught on the other one. Okay, I'm going to go diagonal this way. Okay, let's trim. lay it down. Black piece. Mine have been like tilting, so I'm going to definitely hold it down on both sides, like here and here. And then let's fold it back. And one more set to go. Let's do the straight line across. Let's trim. This is it. This is the home stretch. Don't forget this little outie. Let's get him. We're going to lay down our last white piece. Cover everything that's black so there's no shadowing through. And then make sure there's nothing. Fold it back. Give it a nice little fingernail press. We're going to do that top diagonal. Don't cut your batting. Look under there. Make sure you're not cutting it like I was. You want that batting there. If you cut it, just put another little piece underneath it. It's fine. You can fudge it. Sorry. Oops. Not above it. Can you believe, like, I haven't done that this whole time? Now I get to the very last set and I'm placing it wrong. Lay it on top of the other pieces and then it gets folded back. Might be nap time. I totally get why they have a fiesta, or not a fiesta, a siesta in Spain, right? I get sleepy midday and then I get a second wind. Don't cut your batting. I didn't cut it super close because I didn't want to cut my batting. Lay it on top of the project and then flip it back. You know what I haven't done yet? I haven't even started a mini quilt. Oh my. What am I going to do? I'm gone for 2 weeks. That's 2 weeks of stitching I'm not going to be able to do. Okay, it's doing the outline stitch over the whole thing, and then we're going to quilt. And I think I'm going to do taffy this time. Let me get that thread. We did it! Okay, I'm going to use taffy this time because taffy's so beautiful. And you have to stitch with taffy for at least one block in every Kimberbell quilt. saying it's finished. I'm going to hit my threading button, and now we're going to go to the quilting, which is going to be the green. So I'm just going to touch in here. Let's see. Oop, got to say okay. Oop. If it doesn't let you, then you're not in this button where you go forward and backward stitches. Orange, quilting, confirm. That's what you see on your screen, and I see it right there. Start. You better pick up thread. And we did it. We did it. We did our traditional pieced blocks. We did the quilting. Now you know when to quilt before and when to quilt after. You've learned so much, and I'm so proud of you. And I absolutely love it, and it's so cute, and we are done. And next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to be doing these blocks tomorrow. Hopefully I can get them done during the sew along, and I will go ahead and post this. Thanks so much. Have a great day. Bye. And if you like this video, don't forget to hit your like and subscribe button. It helps us be near the top of the algorithms, and we will talk to you later. Bye. Okay, I thought I was done with my traditionally pieced blocks, but I do want to go ahead and press them all out and trim them, and then we're truly done with them. So let's go ahead and do that. I like to take these and just press them from the back side, and I do like to use some moisture. I'm on my wool mat. My iron is heating up. At least I thought it was heating up. Give me a second. Okay, I'm heated up now. So I'm just going to go from the back side. And you just want to make sure. I'm too impatient to press, so I do iron. You don't want to distort it too much, so I try to go all in one direction first and then the other direction. We are going to fussy cut to that stitch line and the outside of our piece anyways. But first thing I'm going to do is let's just press them all out, okay? And then we'll trim. There goes one. Here are our, and I'm on 2 wool mats. I found that if I just iron on my wool mat, let me make sure I'm doing water, my wool mat onto my cutting mat, I've warped them before, but if I do wool mat and wool mat, because I just happen to have 2, I thought that I loved my 17 by 17 and that was big enough, and then I got my 17 by 24, and I'm like, okay. That's what I need is the 17 by 24. Just press it until it's nice and dry. And that one is done. Then we're going to cut them all apart. I just like working kind of systematically. I'm like, okay, done. Okay, done. I don't like jumping back and forth between these. I just want to do it and be done with it. It's kind of like twins, right? Here are my twins, Kai and Violet. Cutting, done. Embroidery, done. Trimming, done. It's like diapers, done. Kindergarten, done. I have absolutely loved having twins. Because I like being done with this stage. Play saucer, done. Play mat, done. Okay, here's the other one. You can press it from the front too, if you want. You guys do whatever makes you happy. I want to just be like, traditional blocks, done. That's why when we go to do the stitching, because I was going to stitch in sections, but I decided that I was just going to work through the book, just the embroidered blocks, just get them done. Because, you know, you have 2 apples. Let's just do the apples. You have 3 kites. Let's just do the kites. Maybe I could bring my featherweight to Korea with me. Oh, but I'd have to bring all the fabric too, because I really want to piece my backs. I have so many that I need to do. I have Quilting Through the Seasons. I'm going to have Hello Sunshine. And if I can't take it anymore, then I'll just go ahead and use big pieces of fabric. But I really love piecing my backs. Plus, it brings me joy. I just want these to lay nice and flat. You can press them from the front if you want to. Just make sure you don't push the fabric or flip it back like I just did right there. These look great. They look so unbelievable. Flying geese. Is that it? I think that's it. Not too bad, right? Oh, my tummy's telling me it's lunchtime. I would call my pressing, ironing style aggressive. I just like everything to be nice and flat. Okay. I have 2 different rotating mats. I have an itty bitty and I have a big one. This is my big one. So I'm going to go ahead and look from the back side. I'm just going to cut these 2 apart. Okay, it's just going to make it easier to work with these. And then let's do the same thing with these. I'm just going to cut them apart. Kind of down the middle. You never know when that 1/4 of an inch you're going to need it with these. So here we go. If those don't come off, don't worry about it. They will come off when we go to really trim them out. Okay. You can use a ruler if you want. I have all sorts of rulers here. I'm just going to go right down the center of these. Can you see that? What are you seeing here? And then we'll trim them. Then we'll do the real trim. Okay, these are 4, whoops, So, sorry, ruined my groove a little bit. Patrick called just now. And why don't we use this one? It's always nice to use the size that's big enough. Just big enough, right? You don't have to use like whatever's big. Big enough. So I'm going to put this over here. I'm going to put the camera this way so that I can put my head above here. And you're going to frame it. And then you also have your lines. So I have my center lines. I'm going to look at those two and trim her up. Hold the whole thing as you rotate. My block is not quite big enough, but that's okay because there's muslin behind. I'll show you what it's going to look like when we're done. Oh, geez. Did you see that? It's okay, though, because I'm going to put this back on the lines. Good thing it was just the last one, and it didn't go crazy. Okay, and that's what it looks like. So even though I'm not totally over here, my 1/4 inch will encase that. It's going to be fine. And what I did is I put my center. I have a white center mark this way, and that's what I put down the centers. And so it's perfect. It is perfect. Let's go ahead and trim all the rest. Center. I'm centering it first. There we go. I don't know if you can see that here. Do you see the white center mark on the whole thing? Let's do that first. Gentle. Whoops! It slid. Just recenter. Okay. Gently turn the whole thing. Gently turn the whole thing. Okay. Looks good. Do you hear that? That's the sound of Poppy under my batting. And this one, I can't get totally square. So I'm just going to get it so it's good enough. Good enough is going to have to work on this one. Because when I square it to one line, it doesn't square it to the other. So I'm just going to get this one so it is good enough. Okay, we wanted that one good enough. Sometimes you're going to have to settle for that. That's okay too. It'll be perfect once you get it all stitched together. This one too is going to just have to be kind of good enough. Swing that around. There we go. Now we have these. Oops. So sometimes it's hard because the little hump in the center makes it so you can't totally hold it down really well. Hold it down around the outsides. Check your center marks. Make sure it all looks good before you do your cut, just in case it did move. So I'm checking my center marks right there and hold it down near the edge. Those just make me happy. The pinwheels. Okay, I'm going to put this down. Okay, that looks good. Hold it near the edge. That will let you... If you try to hold it in the center, that's why I think where it like really moves. Because the center has the hump. Okay, these are each 2 by 6. So I have my 2-inch ruler right here, and we can go 6. Look at it from above. Here's my 6. Oh, it's going to be 2.5 by 6.5 once you have it trimmed. Pops. Sorry. High alert. And let me get this out of here because just check it in case it moved, which mine did. I didn't get a nice clean cut. Hang on. I'm going to use this one because I have more surface area holding it down. Here we go. Okay, that was a better ruler for the job, my 6.5 by 12.5. That one is done. Let's do this one. 6.5. It's 6.5 wide. And sorry, that is the noggin hitting. Here we go. Don't you love it? It's so sweet. Okay, this one here was 4.5 by 6.5, I think. Let's go ahead and trim this. I want to get through this. Sorry. The mutts are running amok outside. There we go. Okay. That one is done. Looks beautiful. I don't know if I trimmed it beautifully, but beautifully enough. Sorry, my head's going to be in the way for a second. I'm scooting this down just a little bit. Okay, there we go. And this just reminds me of like, I don't know, the candy and a fair and the summer and just everything wonderful. Okay, so here are my flying geese, my pinwheels, my 4 patches, and the last thing I'm going to trim up, and I'm going to need my bigger rotating mat, are going to be my windmills. And I don't have an 8.5 by 8.5 inch ruler, which makes me think, ooh, I haven't added a ruler to my collection in a long time, and maybe that's what I should add. But this is an 8.5 by, this is 8.5 by, 18.5, and it's one of my favorite rulers. Again, we have centering marks that make this ruler so great. Here we go. All right. Couple more to do. Let's get rid of this. I think this side had a better. There we go. Got the white centering mark there. I've got, ooh, that one is off. All right, I'm wondering if I can pull this down a little bit to make it fit better. Remember, you're the boss. You are the master of your fabric. That's not bad. Let me pull this down a little bit there. You can adjust it. Okay, that's not bad. There we go. Did I get that? Yes. Yes. And this one. And there we go. Sorry, I don't know if you were seeing all of that. And one last one. And then we're truly done with our piece blocks. Ready to move on. See your fabric, you can manipulate it. You can make it do what you want it to do. There we go. This ruler is 8.5 wide. I'm just going to lay it down on this other end and trim. And these look absolutely gorgeous. And I know I said it before that we were done with our piece blocks, but now we really are, because they are pressed, trimmed, ready to go. And oh my God, are these just so sweet? Do you just love them? They're just adorable. I just can't even tell you enough how cute they are. So if you like the video, like and subscribe, and I will see you tomorrow for some live stitching. Bye.